Um, Grassroots is on, so welcome everyone. It is noon on Wednesday, June 22nd. You have tuned in to the Board of County Commissioners regular meeting. And this is a special meeting for us today because we begin with the Employee Spotlight of the Year Award proclamation. And we have a lot of outstanding, excellent employees in Pitkin County. And I realized during the luncheon and after the luncheon, actually I forgot to thank everyone who works for Pitkin County and serves our community. And we had 25-year awards, 35-year awards for employees who've been there that long. But everyone makes this ship sail straight, and so we really appreciate everyone's efforts. But this is a special employee who's gone above and beyond the call of duty, has been recognized by her peers for her efforts. So I'd like to invite Bonnie Shiles up here. I apologize if I murdered your name yesterday. And thank you for being here today, Bonnie.
Thank
and we'll
you.
just turn around and face the camera, so it's very exciting.
All your fans out there.
Yeah. Proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, honoring Bonnie Shiles as the recipient of the 2016 Spotlight of the Year Award. Whereas Bonnie Shiles is known as the Rock of Community Development Department, who makes her work a priority, is always eager to take on new tasks, and has been known to spend the time it takes, day or night, to get the job done. And whereas Bonnie Shiles is the administrative assistant for planning and zoning, but she does not recognize any boundaries in helping the entire department get their jobs done. She helps the building division get inspections organized. She covers the front intake desk when somebody is sick or on vacation. She scans files for environmental health. She keeps Glenn, Alan, and the other planning consultants in line. Whereas over the last 2 years, Bonnie has voluntarily taken on, in addition to her regular tasks, the role of department point person, working with the BITS, that's our new technology department, on the complicated and time-consuming conversion of the permit and review system to a new, sophisticated digital review software system. She has helped conceptualize the needs of the system, design the process, choose the software vendor, and has trained the staff on the new system. This was not in her job description. And whereas Bonnie Shiles did all this while sitting in the bullpen office, with no privacy, and 8 other employees almost within touching distance. Through it all, she has maintained amazing composure and radiates a healing calmness to the fray with a bright smile, wonderful sense of perspective, and a pervasive giggle. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that Pitkin County Commissioners and the people of Pitkin County are honored to recognize Bonnie Shiles for her vigor, enthusiasm, and competence as a positive role model for the entire Pitkin County staff. Dated this 22nd day of June 2016.
Rachel said I could say something.
Please do.
So first off, I would like to thank everybody who gives me all the work I have to do, because it gives me a reason to be here every day. But I also love the fact that I have a great staff that I work with and great managers that let me just do what I need to do. So thank you guys for being behind me. Appreciate it.
Thank you again, and congratulations. All right, I will now ask the manager, are there any additions or deletions to today's agenda?
There are no additions or deletions to the agenda.
Okay. I would note that under land use items, Lot 20 Little Cloud LLC site plan review and major amendments to a development permit are being continued at the request of the applicant. We'll make the motion for that continuance at that time, but in case anybody's sitting here for that. We will now move to public comments. This is a chance for members of the public to speak on items. I see one hand in the back, sir. Please come forward. And
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. My nomenclature is MCB's your third. This is not addressed to the county manager, John Peacock. This is addressed to the board. First, since you tend to be environmentalists, let's be real environmentalists. Since you Well, you allude in different ways, behavior and statements about human safety. Well, first thing I'm going to speak about is human safety. All right, let's discontinue construction in the fire zones, the floodplains, the mudslide zones here in this county. The reasons why? One thing is money. The second thing, unnecessary property damage. The third thing, attack against Mother Nature itself. And Mother Nature's trying to correct things too. So I ask you, all right, so we don't have to have all these stupid headlines with all these people who have money all over the country and they're burning up in forests, mudslides, zones. You know, we got it in California. All right, now my second thing is this. The library. I'm not talking, I didn't even know about that until I saw something yesterday and I didn't know it was that bad. However, where are all the books? I'm not talking about in terms of the county books, that'd be interesting too. But where are all the books? All right, there are a lot of books that are missing that were there before, but they're not there now. And don't tell me I'm nuts, because no, they weren't there. And you are also witnesses. The stacks were taller than me. All right? They were out there. Where are all the books? All right, so that's one thing. The next thing, when you're really looking at the debt, and that's only the open debt. I mean, sure, there are other things that are hidden that could be accrued, you know, in the books. $1 million to the county. It's supposed to be paid in installments of $500,000. I mean, $500,000, I'm sorry, a mil would be 1,000. $500,000. Plus, before it was $839,000. Well, anyway, it comes out in the paper as $550,000. That's 1,000. So basically, we're looking at $1.6 million. How could this county, and I'm not, Mr. Peacock is no, no, I understand structures, whatever else, I'm speaking to the board. I mean, how can this be? All right, now, the other thing too, in this building of the library, and don't worry, I had a lot of people come up to me, I mean, it kind of surprised me too. You're going to have to paint those walls frequently, those hospital walls, whatever you want to call them, frequently. When we're talking about maintenance, how much of a maintenance budget does the library really have? Because it's really going to need a lot more now. That furniture in there, boy, you're going to have to do a lot of cleaning a lot of times. All right? We already saw a maintenance problem up front. And when I walked in there yesterday, you couldn't use the lavatories. And I found the reasons why I didn't ask. All right? Major problems. So what I'm saying is this, is that when Mr. Peacock, right, we could call him Mr. NBC actually, all right, begins that building, all right, that county building for all these employees, he's going to be much wiser, right, in terms of building, inspections, making sure that there will be an operational fund in terms of a maintenance fund. That's very important. That will be dealing with upkeep all the time. And that's very important. You can build something, but if you're not doing maintenance, even on roads, then what's the use of having those capital expenditures? Look, thank you very much for hearing me. And hey, look, the library, I think you're going to have a lot more problems than you realize. But the next time, Woody Creek should have something. Snowman's Village should. And also, I don't care if Redstone, I was about to say Firestone, if Redstone is hooked up with somebody else, they should also have the privileges too. do not deny these outlying communities what their money should give them. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I guess I feel a need to correct a few things for the record, MZ. And those are, again, that the library is a library district. And so there's no taxpayer money from Redstone going into the Pitkin County Library District. They are part of an additional library district, although we do like to work with them very much. And also, our library is part of an interagency borrowing system that titles that we never had before are available to all the members of the public by requesting them and exchanging them through the library interlibrary district. Many of the collections have been moved to different locations, so perhaps you weren't downstairs in the lower area, which used to be the children's room, which is now the nonfiction collections. We have programmed a maintenance budget, which I believe should be sufficient into the library, and of course we will always have to take a look at that as it goes forward. The library was premised on a private fundraising drive, and most of that gap has been closed, which is why the number is no longer the $1.5 million or anything. They're down to trying to raise remaining $500 and some odd thousand dollars to pay back the county general fund. We did advance the money so the library could be done all at once in a thoughtful and economical manner, but that a lot of that money has been privately raised. The library expansion has in many ways been funded by prior citizen donations. I do not have the names with me right now, but there was a private donation of $2.9 million as well as $1.1 million that advanced this project. So I'd like to make those sort of things clear. Secondly, when we look at land use applications, we do look at the hazard and the risk available on those properties, whether it's wildfire or flood or rockfall. But there is something in this country known as private property rights. And when individuals own property, they have a right to try to develop those. And so we look for the least harmful portion of their site in which to put their home. Additionally, if it is an unmitigable process, unmitigable hazard, we have an ability to work with them for a transferable development right and not develop the property. But that is a very difficult and kind of a last resort conclusion because, again, people do own property and they have a right to move forward with that. We do have floodplain protection laws, and there are different laws that affect whether someone could actually build in a floodplain at all. We have a riparian and stream setback code that we have enacted that says a new home site, unless there's no other parcel potential on the site, must be 100 feet from the stream's edge. So thank you very much for your comments. We do take them to heart, and we are going to continue to watch the budget. It's unfortunate there was a punch list item or issues from the grand opening related to toilets backing up or a septic problem, rather not septic, excuse me, sewer line problem. But I'll tell you, I have those in my condominium building as well. And so let's go forward from there, and we're going to try to make the library a great success. I saw a tremendous number of people there who were just thrilled with the new children's area and thrilled with the look of the new library. We're trying to bring that into the modern era and a library that fits so many other needs, whether it's group projects for school kids, having those sort of really up-to-date technological advances, as well as the tradition of books. But thank you very much for your comments. Additional public comments. Tony?
Hi, good afternoon to everyone. For the record, my name is Tony Kronberg, and I wanted to just speak to you about two things. The first thing is the library, Pitkin County Library, and I wanted to say thank you very much because while I haven't been inside of it, it's definitely a beautiful building. And the open space that's been created by Rio Grande Park, maybe one day that will become a protected view within the city of Aspen. It's really opened it up, and it's achieved one of the goals that our community set out 15 years ago, was to try to connect upper Aspen with lower downtown Aspen, which is Rio Grande Park. And now with the walkways that are going through John Denver Park, I mean, it's just a beautiful addition. The only request I have, and I did put it through to the City of Aspen Engineering with the two signs out front that say do not enter, if we can just lower those, because it looks like no one can enter it. And then just to comment on what, oh God, MC just spoke in front of me. I can't find books either, but that's because it's the new generation and everybody's techno and all the books are online. So now I just go online and they're the books. But I love books. And the second thing I wanted to speak about was the sterile boarding area out at the airport. And I wanted to say thank you very much for all the improvements. You've listened not only to the public, but to the stakeholders, to the airlines. You've had John Kinney come in front of you, and at the last meeting, John Peacock came in front of you. And the message is the same that we've all tried to bring forward, and that is that up until the new terminal is built, we're going to have these choke points, and we're going to be at overcapacity. And this past weekend was supposed to be a test with food and wine. So one, I'd like to know, not today, what that test has demonstrated. And there's 3 areas that are of concern now, where last year there was only one concern, and that was the sterile boarding itself. This year, the concern is trying to get through TSA, and all those people now trying to get TSA are asked to come early, and they have to wait outside the line. TSA just today put out an alert that now they want you at the airport 3 hours ahead of time. 3 hours ahead of time, which means the parameters that you used to make the decision last year, how far to increase the sterile boarding, has changed, as is the increased number of flights coming into Aspen. So basically, we're still at that same point where we were last fall because of these unknowns that came forward. I think I likened it trying to catch an elephant with a mousetrap. We're back at that same spot again. So what I would like to bring forward is that maybe possibly when you're moving forward with this design, is that you've done a great job reusing this building right here that we're sitting in, and that maybe possibly we could start the expansion for the new terminal, or I'm not sure what's being proposed with the existing building right now, but maybe that could somehow be morphed into the new design. But Patty Clapper asked the $1 million question last meeting, and that was when she asked John Peacock, said, well, how many people how are we going to be over max capacity in the sterile boarding area? John's concern at that last meeting was just trying to get people through. But imagine, now people have to get there 3 hours early, you have 2 lines open, you've got more flights coming in, and you're going to be bursting at the seams again. So the next time John Kinney comes in front of you, the question that we need to ask John Kinney is, how many more flights can the airport tolerate before we do need to expand that sterile boarding area before the new terminal is built? But I wanted to say thank you very much, because we're moving forward, and the time is now, if we need to expand the sterile boarding area and the arriving area and anything else we might need to, that this would be the time to take a look at it now. And especially with Hunt and Mead on board, they can run the calculations. And then last thing, the occupancy number. We know the occupancy number has increased, but that's for the building. That's for the size of the room, which is wall to wall. That is not the occupancy number for the FAA holding area. And that includes people with tickets in their hands trying to get onto their plane, waiting in the hallways to the bathrooms, waiting into the check-in point to TSA, which that's not allowed because that's underneath federal security, and doubled up in the gift shops, doubled up in the whole area. So the occupancy number, that is not the true number for the sterile boarding area. So, and I do have that booklet that I've been promising you for about 6 weeks now, about a lot of different articles. I just have to put the little yellow pieces of paper in between the articles, and you'll have that within the next couple of days.
Thanks,
But
Patty.
thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Go check out the library.
Thank you, Patty.
Yeah, heading over there right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Is there any other public comment today? I see no one else. We will move on to commissioner comments. Patty?
I just want to remind people that we're under a flood warning, so please be careful along the river. It's beautiful to see, but it's very ferocious and can be fatal, as we know. The other thing I want to do is I want to commend the mother in Woody Creek, who was brave enough and reacted quickly enough to save her 5-year-old son. Very tragic event, the loss of the 2 lion cubs. But thank God the little boy's going to be okay. I'm not sure when he'll be coming home, but we welcome him back to the valley.
Thank you, Patty. Additional comments, Steve?
I'd like to put in a plug for WeCycle. This is my WeCycle key. It gives me access all around El Jebel and Basalt and the city of Aspen. And I've noticed lots of new WeCycle stations. Wherever I go, it's like there's another WeCycle station there. They really have expanded this year. And we now have our WeCycle station back at Galena Plaza, which was gone during the course of the construction. So I urge everybody to try it out. If you don't have your own bicycle in town, it's really a fun way to get around.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Michael or George? No? Okay, I only have a few comments. First, I would like to congratulate the library board on the reopening of the library. It was well attended by community members. It looks like a great facility, and in particular, I'd like to thank Jody Smith, who's sitting in the corner, who was our project, I don't know what many hats you were wearing there, coordinator, master facilities manager, a little bit of everything, but you did a great job on that, and we really appreciate it, straight up and down, and it's just a great facility. Very happy with that. The second thing is I really would just like to put out a reminder. We were experiencing some really unusual heat over the past few days, and who knows, maybe that's the trend line to come and we won't be calling it unusual anymore in the near future. But it did strike me that we really need to keep our eyes out for wildfire. There is a large wildfire now burning near Walden. We've seen them in New Mexico, in California, and so as much as we've had a good wet spring, things dry out here pretty quickly. And those homeowners who have not yet created defensible space around your homes, you have to be part of your own rescue. You have to be part of preserving your own safety of your home. Don't stack firewood under the eaves of the house. It keeps it dry, but it's nice fuel for a fire. And to really be very cautious, anyone out there who's camping or with a fire, or don't throw cigarette butts from your car. This is just a very serious time, and it's up to all of us to prevent wildfires in our region. The second thing that has to do with heat is you're starting to see across the country, sadly, toddlers or pets that have been left in cars. And it does not take long at all for the heat, even with a window cracked, to get up to cooking temperatures within those cars. And so it hasn't been as much of an issue because we're at such high altitude here. But times are changing, and so please be aware that not to leave dogs or children or anyone in a car while you're out shopping or doing something else. The time kind of slips away, and we want to avoid those sort of tragedies here. So pay attention to the heat and pay attention to the wildfires. Thank you very much. We will now move on to our regular agenda, and the first item is a consent item. The minutes from the June 8th regular meeting, the June 13th special meeting, and the May 24th work session.
I have
Patty?
one correction that I've already brought to Jeanette's attention, a minor. On page 3, under the emergency resolution for an intergovernmental agreement between Pitkin County and Northwest Colorado Council of Governments, it said that Commissioner Childs was the second on the motion, and he was out of town. It was actually me.
Okay, there we go.
That was the only thing. Jeanette did a perfect job.
Yeah.
And I think, again, she puts those things in there to see if I read them carefully.
Okay, well, with that correction, is there a motion for the approval of those minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. We will now move on to individual consideration items. These are first readings, and they will be set for a public hearing on July 13th. So the first item is the resolution authorizing an intergovernmental agreement between Pitkin and Garfield counties regarding the provision of community service block grants, CSBG, funds serving the resident of each county. Mitzi, please take it away.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Mitzi Lettingham with Health and Human Services, and I'm happy to introduce Marion McDonough. She's the Executive Director of Western Slope Catholic Charities, and she is here with me today because Marion and I are running the Pitkin County program. Actually, we subcontract to Marion to run our Pitkin County CSBG program, which is currently in the middle of a 3-year contract with the state. So what's before you today is a request for you to review a first reading of a resolution in an IGA between Pitkin and Garfield County for the purpose of really at this point developing a little bit of administrative collaboration for this grant. So basically what we're asking for is essentially a change in how we interact with the state for Pitkin County by actually subcontracting our program under Garfield for them to do the fiscal and administrative management. A little background. The Community Services Block Grant, otherwise we known as CSBG, is a federal program, and it is federal dollars that come in to the counties, organized in every state in different ways. In Colorado, the program is managed by the Department of Local Affairs, and they have 36 eligible entities, or counties if you will, and Pitkin has been a member of this program for over 30 years. And essentially, it is about serving the very lowest income poor folks in our communities. In order to be eligible for this program, you have to meet, you cannot exceed 125% of poverty in your income levels. And on the AIS, I included the chart there, which shows you the income levels for this program. So at this point, Pitkin's level of poverty has us funded at only $14,611. How we have designed this during this current contract is to address health needs, specifically oral health. That is a 70% focus of how we want to spend this money. 30% we would reserve also for rent assistance should we need that extra. But I think we are finding that we can help, and again, it's because it's not that much money, we're not going to be able to help tens of, many people. This is going to be a handful of our highest need residents. And we're finding that there are such severe dental needs in our county and among this population specifically. For instance, now we've helped one woman with some very serious initial problems with this very flexible funding. That's the good news. So we have this health and rental assistance focus right now, but one of the things that is going on at the state level is with their current state plan, which I included, I think, a PowerPoint, which we could show, but I'm not sure whether we want to do that with everything queued up. Essentially, the state is looking at reducing administrative burden for the counties, recognizing that the smallest counties have the hardest time with this program. They really want to encourage collaboration. They would like to bolster existing relationships between neighboring counties, and this is why they are putting forward what we're calling the multi-county service area, or MCSA plan. Last year, Pitkin County met with the DOLA staff, and we began to explore how we could, in our tri-county area, Garfield, Pitkin, and Eagle, develop an MCSA for CSBG, agreeing that it would be very useful for us to eventually talk about a regional approach with these dollars. Not a lot of dollars. I think Garfield County receives about $70,000 and Eagle $40,000. But at this point in time, Eagle County would like to retain their own program in full. Garfield, however, was open to level 1 collaboration with Pitkin. And in your PowerPoint slides, you will see a description of level 1, which is actually that you have your leadership agency. In this case, we're proposing that would be Garfield County. They would take over our fiscal requirements for this grant program, which can be pretty onerous. There are a lot of submissions that we have to do, quarterly fiscals, sort of a complex process for just keeping the program going. We would contract with Garfield. They would take this on for us on our behalf. They would receive an incentive payment to do so. It's only around $3,000, but again, our programs are not that large. And each program in each county structure, you have to have a tripartite advisory board, which is made up of a representative of the client population that you're serving, an elected official or their designee, and then a member of the business community. And in order to create this collaboration, we would simply be required to have one member of our board join the Garfield board. And the other reason for this is really that it would encourage more collaboration. Again, amongst us, we have already a good track record with Garfield. They have provided our child support for many years. We have a good relationship there. And that it just feels like when it comes time to do the next community needs assessment, this brings us a little closer to looking at these monies and seeing if there's any possibility for a more regional approach or a joint approach. It's not required. As I said, level 1 is simply the administrative. Level 2 collaboration under this MCSA structure would get you to the point where the 3 counties would adopt their own approach to the assessment. They would have a collaborative plan to pool all the dollars, and that might be the ultimate goal. Now, right now, as I said, Eagle is not willing to come into this discussion fully yet. Garfield has a very good use of their funds. They use CSBG for their transportation, for their senior transportation program. And we have had, since 2009, we of course supported nutrition by providing food at the Aspen Homeless Shelter. And it was only with this new contract in 2015 that we moved to health focus. The other thing I want to mention is that in the IGA that's in your packet, there are some language changes that Garfield would like to see. It's not exactly the way we want to see it written, and that's pending. So I'm providing you this overview. Hopefully you will feel fine about us coming back for second reading and having that new language for the IGA in the packet. Also, I just want to say that Sarah Wolfgram, who is our project officer at DOLA, is actually going to be in the area on July 13th and is going to come to the meeting. So I think that would be really nice. She, of course, is an absolute, I mean, they have been working on these kinds of collaborations for their state plan, and it's something that they want to, really see continue. And as I mentioned in the agenda item summary, they do now have Otero, Bent, Crowley, Jefferson and Park, Gunnison and Hinsdale, and Summit, Gilpin, and Clear Creek are now joined.
Mm-hmm. Well, that
Any
makes a lot of
questions?
sense in that regionalism. If you could clarify for me,
Yes.
I'm fairly sure of this, but Medicaid does not cover dental services. Is that correct?
That is not correct.
Okay.
Medicaid covers up to $1,000 per individual, which is that, and that's only new with Medicaid expansion, but
Okay.
that has been a gift. And so in the management of this program, I think if a client is on Medicaid, we utilize that first.
And then how about Medicare? Does Medicare cover dental?
Help me out here.
Not
I
that
do
I
not
know.
believe so.
Not that
No.
I know.
Because I think that's been part of our effort with
It is.
seniors as well, who may be, again, qualifying through these income levels, but
Well,
that
and we do
Medicare
have
does not.
some
Yeah.
seniors who have qualified for CSBG, and we are helping.
Thank you, because
Yes, yes.
we're all familiar with how dental problems can lead to so many other health concerns, from heart attack to, blood poisoning. So,
It's unbelievable. Yeah, it's unfathomable.
okay, thank you. Patty?
I have 2 points, and also included in this document is that we will allow the Director of Human Health Services to sign the agreement.
Oh, thank you for
That's kind of our new standard
reminding me of that. I needed to say that up front, so thank
I
you,
was following you
Patty.
on that.
You helped
The
me.
other question I had was, when it comes back to us with the language change,
Yes.
could you either redline that or something so it stands
Yes.
out for us? That would be great, so we
Yes.
know where the changes are.
So you want to see the track change, essentially in the document.
See
you want-
whatever language
Okay.
points that they wanted to change, so it just jumps out at us. That'd be great. Thank
Awesome.
you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Additional questions, George?
So let's see, with this partnership or collaboration with Garfield County, does that bode well in the future for us to be able to get additional funds as we
That's
move forward?
It's a great question. I
Because,
think-
because,
yeah.
right now, we're only getting $14,000, which is pretty minuscule in terms of having another county do the administration and
Correct.
versus, and having staff have to spend time down on a different board. So
Yes. However, it actually, I think we see it as an efficiency to have that energy and impact from Garfield's CSBG program on the board in the same room with the Pitkin. By the way, Marion is going to be our representative on that board. I think it's going to give strength, actually, a little bit more energy, actually, to the program and make it better. Because up to now, we've just had our own struggling kind of to keep our own board for this, you know, pot of money going, and it hasn't connected us. But this program does have the potential of being stronger together, if you will. But the allocation to each county is based on poverty levels in that county. And as you can see in the document, the DOLA staff has done a great job this past year. They never did this before. They reallocated. They did another funding method for looking at poverty levels. And actually, if you see this chart, it shows that by the end of this 3-year contract in 2018, we're going to be at 17,000, and that is because they restructured their formula. They did a formulaic redistribution, and that was to Pitkin's advantage. But yeah, it's based on that. So in terms of getting more money per capita, maybe not, but I think there's strength in pooling if we can get to that kind of, you know, tri-county collaboration. But we'll see.
Additional board comments or motion? Oh, Nan, you have something to
An
add?
amendment, if I could.
Please come
I was
forward and state your name for the record.
Dropping everything. I got distracted by the county manager, sorry. So I'm Nan Sundin, Health and Human Services Director, and I apologize. I'm looking at the resolution online, and it doesn't give me the authority to sign in the future.
Oh.
So the AIS says that, but not the resolution. So if I could make a friendly amendment for second reading, that the resolution will give the Health and Human Services Director, whoever that is, me, permission to sign in perpetuity as long as it's approved just to form and budget.
Thank you, Nan. That was my error to
Yeah.
exclude that.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And make sure we capitalize Health and Human Services.
Capitalize, because
Uh-oh.
it's really
Yeah.
important.
Okay, so
Okay.
let me solicit a motion to approve as
Thank you,
amended
Nan.
to include that language.
Also move.
A second?
Okay, it's been moved by Steve, and further discussion?
Comment. I know we've been approving a lot of these for future where you'll be allowed to sign the things. Now, one of the pleasures of being a county commissioner is we get to look at all of these things and realize all the different things that we are doing for
For the
people.
people.
So I want to have some sort of a mechanism where when you do sign different things, if you could periodically give us just a brief update on the things that have been more or less automatically reapproved by you without coming through us, just to keep us apprised of, you know, how the programs are going and what all the different things Pitkin County does.
Thank you, and we anticipate that we will do that through the Board of Social Services meetings.
Oh.
So as they come up, we'll keep you apprised of everything I'm signing, so you know. That would be great, thank you.
That's good.
Okay,
Thank you.
no further discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you. Motion
thank you.
carries. Any opposed? Okay, the next item is a ordinance approving the agricultural lease for the coke ovens open space area near the town of Redstone. Paul?
Thank you. Yes, my name is Paul Holsinger. I'm the Pitkin County Open Space and Trails Conservation Easement and Agricultural Steward. And I'm here to discuss agricultural lease for coke ovens open space. This property was purchased just 2 months ago on April 16th. And it's located behind the historic coke ovens. Here's a locator map here. The town of Redstone sits right here. The Crystal River cuts right through. Carbondale is located 15 miles north. And the coke ovens that we see along 133 are sitting right here. This is a 35-acre parcel behind the coke ovens. And we purchased this property back in April. Usually we like to get agricultural lessees through a process the year before in late fall and winter, so that they have a full year to produce and manage the property. But the opportunity came through to put this out to bid and get somebody on the property to manage our water rights and maintain fencing and utilize the property. So we got authority from the Open Space and Trails Board to put this property out to bid to see if we could find an agricultural lessee. We advertised that on May 10th in newspapers, on our Open Space and Trails website, through direct emails, and I put up some flyers in Redstone as well. Through all that, it closed on June 10th, and Open Space and Trails received one proposal for an agricultural lease on the open space there. The proposal was submitted by Avalanche Outfitters, and they are proposing to run an outfitting business based out of that property. They've been based the previous 2 years out of the Redstone Inn, and they'll still have an office over there. They also provide carriage rides up and down the boulevard, as well as sleigh rides up and down the boulevard in the winter. They submitted a lease rate of $3,600 annually, and due to the fact that we don't have a management plan for this property, this is really just an interim management action for the property, so we can get somebody on there, maintain the property, and so we offered a lease up until the end of 2017, so to about a year and a half here, when we were anticipating actually coming up with a management plan for that property. And in December, if it looks like we'll be set back another year, we can adjust that. They are proposing to graze about 10 to 12 horses. Generally, they might have a few more there during busy season, and they'll supplement feed. Because the pasture is, here's a better picture of the property here.
Thank you for the map.
Yeah. And here's a better look at this. The coke ovens are right here on 133. Here's the Redstone Inn. There's the entrance there. And our new elk park, which we developed last year, is right around here with that depot. The pasture is really only about 6 acres, so it's kind of limited in size for how many animals can be there, so they will supplement. We'll work out all those deals in details in an annual operating plan. They did run this place from 2009 or 10 up until 2014, when they had falling out with the landowner previously. And the selection committee was comprised of OST staff members Gary Tenenbaum, Dale Will, and Ted O'Brien, and the Natural Resource staff member. And they unanimously agreed that this would be a good idea for the program. This property is about an hour one way from our facilities there at Public Works by the across from the airport. So it would take an hour for our crew to get to this property, irrigate it, spray weeds a few times a year, and an hour back when we also have priorities closer to this central location. So they were all in favor. It's a cost saving for us, and we think this will be a great amenity for the town of Redstone, since they provide sleigh rides and carriage rides, and they provide a recreational amenity to the guests there as well. And since this is for more than a year, this lease is for more than a year, it has to go through ordinance, which is 2 reading process. So here we are, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Board member questions? George?
You mentioned that there's an office on site. Is there housing on site as well?
No, there was a residential structure there, but I don't believe it was ever permitted, so we'll be removing that. The office there that was used as an office was actually an old Coal Creek coal miners cabin. So we're going to try and interpret that structure as well. So there'll be some educational opportunities there, and they'll be running their office out of that as well.
So then, at least for this interim lease, who's responsible for the upkeep, the maintenance, and any of the utility bills?
That would be on the lessee, utility bills, and some of the structures that we'll be keeping. The removal of the structures will be on the Open Space and Trails group. We'll be taking those out. Fencing, ditch maintenance, management of noxious weeds, and roads and trails that are kind of throughout that area, that will be all on the lessee. And they're familiar with the property, and we walked it, and they're ready to take that on.
Thank you. I guess I had a question that was a similar line. I've looked through the contract and it looks very good, the lease, and particularly about maintaining the water rights, doing the irrigation and keeping that up, as well as weed control.
Mm-hmm.
When or how will we check in on how they are fulfilling the contract related to those areas?
Yeah, we're currently coming up with, we're fine-tuning a monitoring plan for agricultural leases. Generally, I'll go out and I'll visit them twice a year at least, probably much more than that, while I can get up there. But we'll be working them into the system. Since this is a new lease, it's appropriate for us to get this into this new monitoring program. And then we have an annual update with county commissioners as well as our Open Space and Trails board to report what's been going on the property, the improvements, and some things that need to occur and that we're planning on. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable to have a 2-year lease until the management plan has been able to be completed, and to give them some return on investment they may need to make in terms of maintaining the property and the weed control and other issues. But I'm wondering, do we have a ability to break the contract should we find that the care of the property has not been sufficient?
Yeah, we on top of the lease, which they have to absolutely follow, we have an annual operating plan, and we tailor that specifically to individual properties. So trouble areas and things that we would like to see happen, we work with the lessee on developing that, and that is tied into the lease. So if any part of that or the lease is broken, we could consider that a breach of contract. And
Okay. Thank you for that addition on that. Steve?
I'm curious if if they have a lease on the upper 35 acres also, and if not, is there a fence or plans for fencing in between the two 35-acre parcels?
yeah, that's a great question. The 35 acres to the northwest here, up here, is we're working with the current landowner of that property, see if we can come to an agreement in which Pitkin County would lease that property and then sublet it to Avalanche Outfitters. So far I've gotten positive emails, but I don't have a surefire yes on that. And I've been working with John Ely on drafting that as well. But I'm hopeful. And if it does fall through, I've communicated this with the lessee, and they are prepared to fence that boundary right here. This it'd just be this part right here. This goes from thick trees to thick willows, and they're ready to fence that if they have to, and they're aware of that.
Also, I looked around there the day of the Elk Park grand opening last year, and there were quite a few, I think it was plumeless thistles and oxeye daisies on the property, and they were probably there when these same people were leasing the land previously, and so we really need to make sure they stay on top of those and don't let any of that go to seed.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you. George?
I think this is a great continued amenity for the community of Redstone, certainly in the summertime, especially in terms of generating business, and they can use all the businesses that they can get. But this is, for open space, this is sort of a new venture in terms of the first time we're actually leasing out property for a recreational use versus just an agricultural use.
It is, and though I got that question before as well, and the way that we've looked at it is that we're asking, even though their business plan is recreation, which we're also associated with, that they're taking a quote-unquote agricultural lease to manage those aspects of the property. So they'll be grazing horses as they're not going to be producing any food or anything like that. They will be managing irrigation and fencing and general stewardship of the property. So we talked about it and we were comfortable with that.
Thank you. Any motion?
I'll move to approve the ordinance authorizing an agricultural lease of the coke ovens open space.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Thanks.
There being none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? There are none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Let's see, we now have ordinance adopting the 2015 building code. Brian Paul, is he in the room? Okay, not seeing him right now. We might skip around a little to get a few folks out of here while we're waiting for that. How about Kurt Dahl with the...
What happened, what happened to the resolution for the stormwater? Isn't that next after the coke ovens?
Am I reading that wrong?
Am I
I'm sorry.
confused?
I gotta get my glasses again.
See, I read it with no
you're
glasses
right.
on.
Thank you, Patty.
It's Jody.
This is Jody Smith. I don't know why I was moving ahead there. Sorry, guys.
Well,
a
you're
bad
clear
plan there,
up on
Rachel.
the second readings
Yeah.
where Brian comes
That's
in.
what I was thinking. Okay, sorry, Kurt, didn't mean to start it. Thank you, Jody.
He's moving us right
This
along.
item is an emergency resolution authorizing stormwater intergovernmental agreement with the city of Aspen.
Correct. Thank you, Jody Smith, Pitkin County Facility Superintendent. This resolution will help us keep moving forward with closing out our requirements for the city of Aspen on this library project. And bringing this before you today is a formality required by the city to finalize that closeout. It is basically a maintenance plan on our stormwater that we were required as part of our permitting to make sure that we're keeping and monitoring our site water. There's a maintenance plan within this, and you all have it in your packet. Spells out all the requirements and inspections to hire out the service to professionals to make sure we're meeting their needs. There's also an exhibit in here of the from SGM and Sopris Engineering. We did build to that design, and so that's been accepted by the city. And so really we're just taking on the responsibility of managing our water, our storm water. And I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Patty.
In carefully reading this, I found it very interesting. And I've talked to Rachel briefly because she assured me that there will be rainwater metering system of some sort. Because I don't know how we can figure out how staff is out there after every rainfall event with rain greater than 0.25 inches, or I mean it's or 0.6 inches. So are there meters of water? I mean, is there a rain catch something? I mean, how are we going to do that?
To mine, there are no water sensors out there that I know about. And I manage the project, so I don't believe that's there. But I think it's more of what our capabilities for when it gets into our system, and then the pumps. We know what the pumps will handle and push through, and then being able to look at that. But I think that's an excellent question, and I will go back to SGM and just double check, because we only got this at the very end of
Yeah, it's
the
pretty-
project, and so I think you're right. And to go 4 times a year and 5 times a year, and then once, between 5 and 15 years to be pulling off that vegetation and re-putting the vegetation over that material is all stuff that we want to get into our management plan for service and meeting these requirements.
The other question, and another specific that I found interesting, was the calculation of 3 1/2 trees. I'm not sure how you get a 1/2 tree, but I found that to be an interesting note on here.
What page is that on, Ted?
That's on page 3 of the plan at the bottom under sub-basin 1.1. And then I know the city does these plans all the time. It's their new stormwater actions that they take. They don't have any maintenance logs or any normal, any paperwork that's a standard for us to file. We have to come up with our own logs and.
Right, we were just going to create an Excel spreadsheet
Okay.
and track our maintenance items, what
Okay.
we do, who we call.
Just want to make sure
Yeah.
that reporting system is acceptable to the city since they don't seem to have a standard.
Yeah,
Yeah, but it's a lot.
yeah.
And I actually read it because it got more interesting as I went on, but.
Well, one of the
I-
things I did get excited about was, I know that staff has been updating on the cardiograph program, and so we will get these preventative maintenance and inspection dates into our cardiograph, so that might be our
Thank you,
tracking tool as well, and we can print reports out of that,
Yeah.
so.
I just think the measuring of 0.25 or 0.6 rainfall is going to be an interesting
Mhm.
job, and I'm trying to find out who's going to do that.
Well, this is, we're obviously, as we enter into this agreement, we will figure out our
Oh, that's-
processes for administering it. As Jody said, this is coming to you all as an emergency ordinance as part of our CO process for
Get it
the
done.
library. And, we'll figure out how to do those things.
Will we then have to have a plan much like this for our new facilities building? Don't we need to have to do stormwater with the city?
Oh, yeah.
So this is a good trial run for us. and
Absolutely.
We'll be ready to go.
Right.
Okay.
We'll have a standard practice then, and a standard documentation, yeah.
So that's helpful for us. Thanks, Jody.
Yeah, I also thought it was very interesting that all the different aspects of the property and the roof are draining into different sub-basins.
Mhm.
And some of them then just percolate into the ground from that location. And my concern is if we have a major rain event, like not a quarter inch, but a matter of inches in an hour, which is potentially could happen, it could overwhelm the ability of the ground to absorb that much water, and the water's going to go someplace. And I just want to be sure it doesn't go into the library, that actually goes back down to the Roaring Fork River
Right.
through the city storm water system or something.
Yeah, and throughout this document, it did talk about that it will take the existing path if it does get overrun in that 100-year flood, or which will be occurring throughout the entire state, right? If that does happen, but yeah, I saw that as well.
And like what happened in Boulder County 2 falls ago could happen right here. We could have 12 or 18 inches of rain potentially in a part of the day, and just have everything be overwhelmed. And if it was that much water, there probably would be some flooding in a lot of different buildings in town, I would imagine.
Well, I think we're in a really unique location with the city putting the permeable pavers in that whole entire alley. The green space on the Galena Plaza is exactly the same materials that we put into our amphitheater and all the back with that hydro material. So, I mean, I think we've got the best situation, but could it get saturated? I mean, during that unexpected event? I don't know, but.
Yeah, I think these aren't designed for the 500-year flood, Michael.
So is that why there's so many manhole covers in the alleyway? There's about 8 or 10?
Well, those are sewer, and they reach, yeah. They did, those are clean outs and sewer, and there's an entire new infrastructure under that alleyway that the city worked on for over a year. And I do believe that they're addressing that manhole situation.
Unevenness.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they're trippy.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Other questions?
I'll make a motion if you'd like, or you got a question? Motion for an emergency resolution for an intergovernmental agreement between Pitkin County and the City of Aspen approving a BMP operation and maintenance plan and maintenance agreement for stormwater operations for property known as the Pitkin County Library. And this will be set for confirmatory reading on July 13th.
Correct.
Is there a second?
Second?
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Further discussion from the board? I'd just say, I know it is potentially burdensome and another step as we've been going through this process, but, frankly, I'm glad to see the city addressing stormwater
Yeah.
runoff.
Me too.
Through our Healthy Rivers and Streams Board, we're trying to, protect our rivers' quality. And, there are events that, will overwhelm any system, and you can't design for Easter and Christmas combined on these sort of things. But, I read the papers a lot, and you see other cities that are really having to go backwards and really raise their fees and try to deal with what is becoming more common of these torrential rainfall events, which are predicted as part of climate change, as you know. And so I'm glad we're being proactive, and we're not having to retroactively go back like so many other cities. And you're seeing some real public outrage about the stormwater fees in Denver, stormwater fees in Grand Junction, and these areas who didn't build adequacy in their system in the first place. So this is good. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any noes? Very good. Thank you, Jody, and thanks again for all your work for the library. Now, let's see. The resolution approving the MOU with the Colorado Department of Human Services Title 4E waiver demonstration project. We have Nan down here, but we're hearing instead from
Good afternoon.
afternoon.
Kim Dubois, Adult and Family Services Manager for Pitkin County. And this is an emergency resolution, as you mentioned, approving a memorandum for Title 40 waiver funds to be distributed to our county. In the state of Colorado, just as a backdrop, through Child Welfare 2.0, I think it was 4 or 5 years ago, they started implementing several initiatives to better serve families and kids. And one of those was to ask the federal government if we could waive how we traditionally use the 4E waiver so that we could try some practices that we thought would work better throughout the state. And one of those, there are 5 interventions in the 4E waiver that they asked for that were approved federally through the federal government, and we are implementing 3 out of 5 of those in Pitkin County. One is through a regional contract with, or a regional agreement with Garfield County, and the other 2 are for family engagement and permanency roundtable. Those are 2 interventions that we're providing here. We made application last year, received that funding, and we reapplied this year and received that funding. And the reason you're getting all of these emergency requests are because we actually started the application process in April, early April, and they just made a decision regarding the awards June 10th. And so we need to have those signed and returned by June 30th because our new year is July 1st for our fiscal requirements. So did you have any questions about the information? I know that we have a confirmatory hearing scheduled for July 13th. I wanted to ask if there
Any questions from the board?
Just real quick,
Yes.
I did notice that the language for Nan to sign is in the reso.
It is in the reso. Yes, I made sure.
And it's capitalized.
It is.
We just gave Gary
You're
all
good.
correct.
Yes, yeah. So I did put that in there, and actually that's the one thing I wanted to highlight is to let you all know that that was in here as it has been for other emergency resos.
Okay, George?
So Kim, I noticed that the award for this is almost $65,000, and it says in the memo that it supports a staff position. Since this is sort of an annual grant application you have to go through, what happens, I mean, that staff person, are they doing something else as well, or is that just a very tenuous position?
Yeah, they're doing, the staff person is doing other things. That's something that we have to consider each year when we make reapplication. We don't anticipate that there would be a problem in future years in terms of receiving that funding. And then at the end of the 5-year process, which will be, I think next year is the 5th year, the end of that, the hope is, I think, at the state level and local level, that these will just be folded into our existing service delivery process. The cost savings is really to reduce placements. A placement for a child could be $100,000 a year. And so what they're saying is, let's switch that, provide these services, and save resources and better serve kids and families. So it would probably, my thought is that from all the discussions is that this process of front-ending supports is going to continue from this point on.
Okay, great, thanks.
Yeah, so it's really good because it's such a better way to approach families as well, so, and kids, so.
And just for our viewing audience,
Yes.
that approach is intervening and offering assistance to families before they've gotten to the
Yes.
point of considering a child removal.
Right. So that's the last intervention, if you will, that we would want to have, and we are putting all of these services in place so that we can prevent that. And yes, there's been a lot of work across the board to make that happen, and it's been very effective. And hopefully we can bring back some data about how that's impacted the state and our local community as well. So.
Yeah, I think that will be really important to track to the extent possible. I realize there's variables in something like this, but this was a project that NACO took up and the Colorado delegation took up to pursue these waivers. Not every state has these waivers or we're able to get them. And so continuing to be able to use in this manner is going to be a database decision when we go to the state and through the Human Service Health Directors.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a motion?
I'm making a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We will now move on to an ordinance approving proposed amendments to the Pitkin County Noise Code. And this is a first reading, and it would be set for public hearing on July 13th.
Okay. Good afternoon, Kurt Dahl, Pitkin County Environmental Health Manager, and I have with me today Tom Dunlop, who is the Smuggler Mountain Superfund Site Manager for the county, as well as we hired him to work on the noise code amendments for us as well. So we're here today with amendments to our existing noise code. We bring these forward for a couple of reasons. One, the existing code was adopted in 1999. That's been long enough that there are some updates and definitions that we needed to address and just some cleanup. Two, we wanted to look at the ordinance and see where we could better coordinate with the planning department, land use, and special events, and see if there was additional language we could put in there. And then three, one of the other desires was looking at the county where it interfaces with the city of Aspen. They just went through some noise code changes, and there were some difference in our codes, and we wanted to look and see if there were places where we could be consistent with their regulations if it made sense for us. And in some cases, it did make sense for us to do that, and you'll see that in here. In some cases, it did not, and in a rural county, we had to think along the lines of urban versus rural, and in a rural county, sometimes it didn't make sense. So the existing noise code was adopted in 1999. We have a long history of enforcement of a noise ordinance in the county. It goes back to when the Environmental Health Department was a combined city of Aspen County Environmental Health Department, and then when we split, we took the noise code and made some adjustments to it in 1999. Noise is defined as unwanted sound. It's a pretty simple definition. It's a public health concern because unwanted sound can create quality of life issues, can actually create psychological or physiological issues, loss of sleep. So the quality of life piece is a really important piece for Pitkin County, and that's one of the pieces why we do this. Our enforcement strategy for this is actually passive. It was something that we had a work session 2 weeks ago that we were talking about that we felt like clarifying. For the most part, we enforce this on a complaint basis. We do not go out actively and monitor sites necessarily, with the exception of a few specific either special event permits, X Games. The first year we had the concerts in Buttermilk, I know we had some active people actually out on the property lines. And then Elam Gravel Pit has some additional noise requirements that we monitor separately. So, but 99% of what we do is on a complaint basis. The way the existing code is written out is we have a declaration of policy and then definitions. We go into defining districts, which are business, industrial, residential, and then what we have is called a floating district of construction. And we do some additional definitions of construction district that I'll get into here in a little bit. It then goes on to discuss enforcement. The next section actually discusses the ability to get a permit or a variance to the noise code. That is primarily done through the Environmental Health Office with the right to appeal that to the county commissioners if the applicant feels the need to. With that, the major changes that we were looking at in the declaration of policy, one of the things that we wanted to do was tie this to the Ecological Bill of Rights. I noticed when we went through a number of other regulations from around the country, it was evident that some noise codes were actually defined looking at protecting quality of life. However, some were actually looking at really more protecting the rights of businesses and industry to perform work. So, I think we felt like it was important to really define and make sure that, the reason why, and we enforce this and we're looking at this, is really a quality of life issue. And so we tied that into the Ecological Bill of Rights. The other piece that I will present is under our noises prohibited. There are a number of pieces that we actually prohibit. One we discuss is construction, and we actually control construction activities through the noise code. As it reads currently, construction is not permitted in residential areas at night. Okay, so what we're proposing is that construction would not be permitted at nights or Sundays, federal holidays, in all zones. So that would mean business, industrial, and residential would all be treated the same. Now, those are available for an application for a variance, but that is a major change. However, one of the other things that we do is go on to define interior work and quiet interior work and allow that to happen at all times and in all zones. That was based on a number of calls that I had received previously as to how is interior work considered construction. We decided that, again, as an example, painting and cleaning in an enclosed structure, as long as it's meeting the standard, there's no reason to prohibit that. The other piece in construction that I think is important when we talk about these districts, when we talked about a floating construction zone, we really didn't get into a definition really of what construction meant. And so we look at and actually define a construction zone as one that has a building permit. Otherwise, you could just have somebody arguing, I'm doing construction, therefore I fall under the construction zone immediately, and it helps to, with enforcement piece, it makes it a little cleaner definition so that we have an easier time understanding exactly what it is that we're talking about with a construction zone. So we actually say that a construction zone must have a building permit. And the reason we really went around that piece was because the activities that we could think of that really produce noise with the exception of tile cutting or running a saw, all required a building permit. And the tile cutting and saw, a number of times I've seen strategies where that's just done in a garage. So we felt like that was a best way we could define that. I think with that, if you want to.
Sure, okay, good. Thank you. To continue on with what Kurt was mentioning, the declaration of having a legitimate building permit from the building department is important because that allows that activity to have a louder noise standard for the duration of the building permit or for the activity, whichever concludes first. In talking to ComDev and other, looking at other ordinances, if there isn't a valid building permit, which Kurt mentioned some activities don't require, if a person is doing their own home remodel or building their own home and it goes on for a year, then that can become quite burdensome to the neighbors. So, and they don't necessarily need to have a building permit to do what they're doing. If that's the case, then the standards that are designed in the ordinance for that specific, like a residential zone, would apply to that person or to that activity. If it requires a permit, then they're allowed louder activity for short durations. So the building permit's the trigger piece here. It can have a lingering impact on neighbors, obviously, if I'm out there running my chop saw for all summer long in the evening. We also increased the decibel level from 55 to 60 in the business and industrial districts. And looking at, in actuality and experience that we've had, I think it's a more realistic standard for the building and industrial zones to have a little higher standard than we had previously. Given the fact that they're not going to be able to operate at night if this is approved the way that we're proposing it, this would give them a little higher latitude to perform their functions. And it's also a more realistic standard. It's very similar to what the city of Aspen has for their commercial zones. We also clarified their person making noise from a stationary source, which would be a building event going on a piece of property, versus mobile sources where you have like a highway where cars and motorcycles and vehicles are going past you. Stationary sound is there constantly for the duration of the activity. Mobile sources are transient, so the sound comes and goes. Transient is allowed a much higher noise level than the stationary sources. In order to, again, be realistic in enforcing the stationary standard, there's a 6 minute out of a 6 minutes out of a 60-minute period where the person would be able to exceed the standard that they're operating in. And it also just allows a little more latitude for the person doing the work. Under permits and variances, we added, if someone wants to apply for a variance and comes to Kurt, one of the conditions also is that they notify neighbors 5 days prior to the event, which it wasn't in there before, but that seems like a good thing to do, to be neighborly about it.
And Tom, how are neighbors defined? Immediately adjacent, or?
I was struggling with that this morning, actually. I'm not sure if we're talking about something going on in the forest. You know, the immediate neighbor could be a mile away. If it's at North 40, it could be in a block.
20 feet.
Yeah. So I think we just have to be realistic and using a little bit of latitude and understanding, looking at the event specifically, and then rather than trying to put a number in here, it seemed like we could deal with it on a case-by-case basis.
Can I interject?
As
something?
part of the permit?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the example I think of when you talk about neighbors is sometimes we will issue firework permits.
That's what I was going to ask. How do they?
And defining that literally as just the neighbors that are immediately on the property line wouldn't make sense because you're going to affect more than that. So I think it's really going to be a case-by-case call on my department or me to define that piece.
And just to drill down on that for 1 second, because I know that's of issue to us. The sheriff's office issues the fireworks permits, and then we have a special event permit or committee over here, and then we have your office. how are we coordinating them and combining them so that, will the form be changed so there's an environmental health sign-off first before it goes to the sheriff to say that the neighbors have been notified, or how are we going to?
So what we've been doing is that form does have a signature line for my office. So as I've been getting those permits referred to me, I refer them to environmental health, so that Kurt has the ability to talk to the applicant to make sure they get an appropriate permit if necessary. And then typically I wait to hear from Kurt before I'll sign the permit and send it on.
Okay, because again, maybe that's something to look at in the future to make sure it's occurring in a timely fashion, because we know what it's like to be at our board and say, well, wait a second, the event's on 3 days from now.
We've had that.
And again, I think it'd be most important that the neighbors are notified before there's any signing off, whether it's from the sheriff's office or not, and that the sheriff's office needs to know this loop as well. So, I'll just leave that comment as it is for first reading and see what we can do to make sure there's really a good coordinated effort when it comes to notifying the neighbors of a permit that could affect their horses, dogs, everything else. George, you
I
want
have a
to?
question. Kurt, just to go back for a minute, in the memo, when you have noise levels, clarity is made that a person can operate a stationary source of noise for up to 6 minutes in any given 60 minutes in excess of level allowed. So how do you define that? So if you're on a construction site, and let's say you're using a jackhammer, are you saying that you can only use a jackhammer at most for 6 minutes within a 60-minute time frame?
Do you want to
I'm
answer that?
guessing if they're using that heavy of equipment, they probably would have a building permit, which allows them a louder standard
Oh, okay.
for, there's no minutes.
Oh,
So
okay.
that's
So this is just if you do not have a building permit.
correct. If they have a building permit, they're allowed the higher level during the day, between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m.
And one last question on that topic, just so we don't go back too far. Has 7 a.m. always been our standard?
Yes.
Okay.
In fact, that's a standard that we have used, except under the old ordinance. I think Saturday was 9 o'clock,
Okay.
9 to 5 or
9 to
something.
5, right.
But 7 to 7 that's what's
Okay.
referred to in the state.
I just want to affirm that has been a
7
standard.
to 11, I think. City of Aspen is 7 to 11 for certain areas of town. So
Okay, I just wanted to
7 to
affirm
7.
that. Thank you. John,
I looked through this for Kurt a bit ago, and I saw that language on immediate neighbors. I just assumed that we were going for a fixed, ascertainable group of people, a defined class, which is basically, adjacent. So to build in that flexibility, I would suggest we change that a little bit.
Okay.
I can give you some language right now for the first reading, or do it whichever.
That'd be good. That'd be helpful.
I think perhaps, given the length of the agenda today, if you could work language together for second reading, unless it's going to send it back for a new first reading as an addition. But we can pass this noting that there would be additional language
That would be fine.
defining neighbors. And it strikes me that the neighbor clause may be different for different types of noise events. So,
Exactly.
be more specific. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll wrap this up quickly. We're almost at the end of the changes here. We also added clarity that when we're doing noise readings, if we get complaints about mobile sources, we don't have to do the 6 minutes out of 60. It'd be an instantaneous reading, and there's definitions on how we would do that. We also added that there would be a requirement that a functional muffler will be added to engine brakes and exhaust brakes on heavy equipment, primarily. That is standard almost everywhere, especially for new equipment now. And then we changed just a very technical change on the enforcement responsibility, using wind speed as a determining factor, whether we take readings or not. We dropped it from 20 miles an hour to 10 miles an hour wind speed. We use a handheld velometer, so it's not precise, but it gives us an idea if we're in the ballpark. And then using a windscreen on the microphone is standard operating at this point. So I think those are the main changes. The I think the way that this is going to be implemented or enforced, rather than someone from Kurt's office going out and standing on the curb taking a noise measurement, would be tied directly to the Community Development Department special review application, special event application, special things that go through ComDev, where there would be a condition placed by the board on a specific event or something that's going to happen in the county. There would be a condition placed on it that they must be in compliance with a noise standard of some sort. So the enforcement would probably be going through that type of approach than us doing it any other way.
And can I add, in terms of enforcement as well, I would tell you guys that the majority of what we really do is education around this. Noise is measured in a logarithmic scale, and it's not a lot of times easily understandable for folks. So a lot of what we end up doing has more to do with education and letting people know that there are standards and helping them understand what those standards are, than actually, just here's a fine, here's a ticket. So, and we typically get compliance fairly well out of those pieces. Just to wrap it up, the one other piece that I wanted to bring to your attention, since I previously discussed it when we talked about noise code amendments, we did work with the planning department, and I would like to acknowledge Mike Kramer and Lance Clark for their efforts. We looked at whether or not we wanted to take another district, the urban growth boundary, and we looked at trying to incorporate that into the code. What we found was that it just made it so complicated and difficult that it was just easier to leave the zones the way they were. But I know I had previously mentioned to you guys we were looking at that, so I thought I'd at least let you know we did, but decided it really made it complicated, and decided it was better to just leave that piece out.
And to adjust for that, we made the sound level readings by districts similar to the cities at the interfaces to try to achieve a similar result.
Thank you.
I have two quick questions. When we're talking about noises that are generated from homes not being under construction, for example, any outdoor, like a swamp cooler or an air conditioner, that makes a significant amount of noise on the outside of the house, how do we address that? Can we?
Yeah, no, that is the noise standard. That's the standard for residential area.
So if they're violating that 60,
what? I mean, we responded, when I was a noise officer for the county and the city, we did a lot of these. And it was a complaint just of the constant humming noise of something, of a fan, which is torture to some people.
3 in the morning.
Neighbors. And the remedy for that, if in fact it violates the 50 decibel standard in the evening or 55 during the day in residential, then the people who are generating that noise are required under this ordinance to do something about it, to quiet it down, to be within the standard.
Okay, that's good.
The whole purpose of having a noise ordinance from the very beginning, years and years ago, was to try to maintain the integrity that the county, Pitkin County, has exhibited in the past and continues to, of being a quality of life, paying attention to issues that make living here enjoyable. And that's why Article 10 on the Ecological Bill of Rights is noise. There are multiple parts of the strategic plan that this fits in as well. So this is just continuing on the line of letting commerce continue, letting the economy continue, but also being aware of the environmental issues that affect the people that live here.
The other question I have, Kurt, were you involved in the noise ordinance for the mine party over Food and Wine?
I was not. The food and wine party at the Smuggler, no.
Yeah.
We did not get a permit application for that.
Well, the permit came in like 3 days before the event, and I think they just flipped it from what they were supposed to do last year. I did attend the event, and they had a pretty neat system, headphones that go on, and the disco music, the DJ music, after 10 o'clock is supposed to just be transmitted directly to your headphones, which works really well, except they didn't turn the music off. It went to your headphone, but it was also still playing, and they didn't quite figure that out until after 11 o'clock. And also, there's a definite range for those headphones. I walked home from my house from the party, and in my house could still, with the headphone, receive the music. It was pretty interesting. I took the headphones back the next day. Because they don't work if there's no music going on. But anyway, I'll ask Mike about it, because I'd like to see them at 10 o'clock next year, if they have this, actually turn the music up, because it really resounds all over town, and it's right up against the hill at Smuggler.
And I know we didn't receive any complaints, but I can check with the sheriff's office
It's
to
because
see
they
if they
invited
did.
me this year.
Brian Dougherty works for my department. He actually lives in Centennial, right below that.
Yeah.
He commented he thought he didn't have a decimal meter with him, but
It was pretty loud.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on that for
I'll
next
talk to
year
Mike, because I
as
think
well.
next year too, they should actually submit their permit in a more reasonable amount of time, since they do this event every year. Because it came in the week before, and it was
Yeah.
a Thursday night or something.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Steve?
Yeah, I was looking at the definition of noise and comparing that to music, or what some people consider to be music. And I thought it was interesting. Noise means a sound which is unwanted, or which causes or tends to cause an adverse psychological or physiological effect on human beings. And then I note that in the back you have the decibel readings for all these different musical instruments that they play at the Aspen Music Festival kind of things. But different types of music are noise to some people, and they're music to other people, just depending on what kind of music they like and how loud it's being played and what state their hearing loss is at when the music's being played. So that's kind of a tricky thing, and we've run against that on various things now, where how loud of music is allowed at an outdoor venue.
I was pressured when I was the director of the Joint City-County Department to prohibit everything in the summer in the mall except classical music. Because the students would go in the various corners of the mall and play. And there was a group of people in town who loved that, but they wanted to have nothing to do with the
Other
music,
buskers
other
who
music,
were playing
other music. So
Night of
it
the
was very
Rising
difficult. So
Sun
that's your
on
point
a
exactly,
washboard.
and that's one of the, that's the way it is. It's good.
So probably only in Aspen do we have that sort of issue to deal with.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's really interesting, because under that definition of noise, my children could feel that way about me when I speak to them.
Well, conversely, my father, I know, felt that way about some of the music I played. So.
Would you like a motion?
I think we have other board comments. Michael?
John, both Tom and Kurt have talked about the Ecological Bill of Rights, and so it's the right to be free from excessive noise. Well, how's that Article 10?
I was looking for it on the
Right,
wall.
it's behind you.
Over there.
So how is that right defined? I mean, is that an absolute right, or?
It's not defined more than what you see on the wall. In fact, I believe Tom wrote it when he was still with the county. It was adopted by the Board of County Commissioners way back when. It's referred to periodically as like a policy statement that is utilized by the board from time to time for other regulations and other ordinances that come with a more definite statement, definition, and enforceability. So the Ecological Bill of Rights is more of a policy statement that operates as a guideline for the county when entertaining ordinances or proposed ordinances such as this.
So it's more of an aspirational expression rather than what Americans would know as a Bill of Rights.
Correct.
It was adopted, I had a minor role. Well, it was the last thing that I wanted to get done before I retired, but Dottie Fox and Connie Harvey and Joy Caudell were right there. They were the three ladies that started the Ecological Bill of Rights 10 years before this one. And then we came to the Board of County Commissioners and the Aspen City Council and had a large group of supporters and endorsers of it, and it was passed unanimously by the county commissioners and the city council as John just mentioned, as a policy guidance document of what we expect in Pitkin County and the city of Aspen. So there's a framed copy here and a framed copy in the city council chambers. It was unanimously approved by the boards.
So what we have is free from excessive noise, except by permit. So,
Other board comments or questions? I actually have a couple of small things. I recall years ago being contacted by some neighbors in Woody Creek who were concerned that the trucks leaving the landfill were using the Jake brakes that are very loud and noisy. And I didn't see any specific reference to that. It says that you have to have a functional muffler. And would it make sense to add areas where Jake brakes are prohibited? Because I think the landfill now has a sign as you leave, and perhaps even Elam Construction as well, or Elam Gravel Pit, that you need to not use your brake brakes because of the noise they create.
We have one through Redstone.
You can do that. You can do that as a board. You can say no. The exhaust brake and engine brake that's referred to in here is the Jake or Jacobs brake. Jacobs company makes the brake, and there are mufflers, not mufflers on, like you had a car muffler. This is a muffler on the exhaust system that quiets it. So you have the authority as owners of the landfill to put a sign up saying no exhaust brakes, no Jake brakes, no engine brakes, and then just put a sign up.
Okay. Well, what I was thinking is that perhaps under the section 6.36.090, to add a line that cars and trucks must abide by posted rules related to Jake brake use or something. I'll let you guys work on the language before the next reading.
Yeah.
But I think adding some specificity there would be helpful. And this may cross over. Again, this is for board consideration, discussion for second reading. But I was thinking about the noise concerns we've had up at North Star. And we do spending money on a ranger to help people pay attention to the quiet zone there. And then, so I was wondering whether some conversations with Open Space and Trails before second reading might result in something that, if we have a posted quiet zone for wildlife considerations, that, the public must abide by that or something. But I think that somehow our noise issues there should be tied into our noise ordinance here. I don't know if others...
I don't know how, I mean, that's a tough one. It's just people laughing, people talking, people...
Screaming.
It's not... Well, yeah, but, it could be no amplified music on the river, but, yeah, I don't know. And as far as the Jake brakes, I understand your point, but it's kind of like, then we have to put up something that says, please remember to stop at all stop signs. And when something's posted, they're supposed to abide by it, but I don't know if pointing it out in this is necessary or not. I mean, I don't have a problem with putting it in there, but I just don't know if it's necessary. But
Yeah,
if
I
you
don't
feel
think it
comfortable-
weakens this. I don't think people are going to read this, or we're not posting this whole ordinance anywhere, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, there's a sign they're supposed to obey it.
Yeah.
But if you feel comfortable putting it in, we can add it.
Well, since we haven't updated it in a long time, we probably won't see it again for a while. I just like we're seeking more clarity with the fireworks and the permitting process. I'd like to see something about, must pay attention, must abide by posted signs. And if we want to talk to Open Space and Trails and see if we should reference, that is a wildlife refuge and noise ordinances must be followed within a wildlife refuge. I don't know if there's some simpler language, but I agree. It's not about laughing and talking, but it is about the person who amplifies music. It is about the people who scream and yell and throughout the trip, not just when they fall in the cold water the first time.
Is there a sign up there that says it's posted for?
Well, I think we're continuing to work on management plan elements, and so that's why I'd just like to see if there's something we should include in there. John, you have a...
The nomination for North Star isn't particularly as a wildlife refuge, although it certainly has sensitive wildlife habitat. But the management plan for North Star that exists now, and I can't imagine it will be left off as that management plan is refined into the future, prohibits electronically amplified music, for example, and might in the future refine noise to a certain level. So perhaps the way to address it here is by reference to open space management plans or other particular restrictions on county property or county managed property that way you have the penalty in this ordinance applicable to that activity without trying to capture every management plan and every, there might be one separate for Faloha, for example, or something.
Exactly, exactly. So,
Well, and it gives somebody some meat. If they wanted to, issue something, it's in the document, so.
I'm not sure, we've already discussed at the work session that this does not apply to any aircraft that are governed by the FAA, but I've seen drones flying out at North Star. I don't know if that's something you want to, we don't regulate them, but it's a noise source there as well.
But they're also certified or licensed by the FAA, so.
Yeah, not necessarily.
Well, that's a new trend.
Depending on the size and the manner in which they're used, they may not need any interaction with the FAA whatsoever. It is definitely an issue that's coming to the forefront because of the larger incidences of use of drones. So it's an idea, actually.
They are annoying as heck.
okay. So anyhow, the concerns are raised, and we can look for some language that would address them more clearly at second reading. And if folks think of other concerns before then, we can contact Kurt. Is there a motion for approval?
I'll move to approve.
Is there, anticipating the changes that will
With
be
the,
coming back?
with the changes we've talked about.
Language coming back in second reading. I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. It has passed. Any noes? No noes. Very good. Thank you very much. And I think you guys stay here for the next one as well, which is the resolution approving Smuggler Mountain Superfund site soil disposal fees.
And I need to recuse myself because I have a direct conflict with this issue since I am a resident of the Smuggler Superfund site.
Let me ask John Ely about that, just because I never thought, for myself, I live in Hunter Creek, and Hunter Creek was under a control order as well.
Do you have the capacity to move soil? And your soil's all been remediated.
That's what I thought. Is that the case?
Restate that again.
Hunter Creek, the area of Hunter Creek,
Condominiums.
not Hunter Creek there, it has been remediated such that the plan does not apply to that area of town.
Applies to
Oh, sure it
everybody.
does.
if these
Yeah,
disturb soil.
any property that's in the boundary of the
Yeah,
Smuggler
so if they
Mountain
came up with a
Superfund
plan
site.
to dig a hole to put in new composting facilities or something, we'd be subject to it as well. And so that's a conflict for both Patty and I.
Same situation.
Okay.
If
so-
you move greater than 1 cubic yard of soil, then the institutional controls that you
That's
would
what I
output
thought.
kick in.
I
And so
never
we
saw it
would
as
be
conflict of
affected by
interest,
this
but it does
change.
affect the potential fees charged and then the potential of our homeowners
Are you
association.
a homeowner or a renter?
I'm a homeowner there. So I will turn to Michael, who's the vice chair, to lead the board through this discussion of the Smuggler Mountain Superfund soil site soil disposal fees. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. Say loudly before you.
We'll just be outside when you guys want to class.
I'll come get you.
Okay, I think the ladies have exited. What do we got?
So again, Kurt Dahl, Pitkin County Environmental Health Manager. I'm going to have Tom Dunlop, who's the Smuggler Mountain Superfund Site Manager, do the majority of this
Okay, thanks.
presentation.
This is good news for the residents and homeowners that live within the Smuggler Superfund site boundary. The thought in the community is that we're delisted and we're done with Superfund, and that's a thing of the past. But the details are that Pitkin County, in signing our consent decree with the federal government, the Department of Justice, the Environmental Protection Agency, obligates Pitkin County in perpetuity to manage the Superfund site, and we agreed to do that in exchange for dropping a significant lawsuit against Pitkin County that would have been in the millions of dollars. So it was a public health decision and it was a business decision. When the site was listed in 1986, the property values plummeted within the site boundary because there was an obligation or a threat that whoever owns property might be obligated to pay off part of the remediation plans at the end. So property values went from fair market to nothing on homes and properties in the site. So the Board of County Commissioners in 1994 and 2006 gave some relief to people excavating soil within the site boundary, taking it to the landfill instead of being was considered contaminated soil, which required the landfill to charge a much higher tipping fee per cubic yard at that time. So the Board of County Commissioners gave some relief to that type of activity by passing a pricing schedule that helped people that wanted to develop their property and improve their property be able to tip at the landfill for a reasonable rate. As time went by and thousands of soil samples and water samples were taken within the site boundary, the state of Colorado reclassified the soil years later that allowed us to use the soil as landfill cover. And in doing so, that relaxed the ability for the homeowners to be able to improve their property. The institutional controls that were passed by both the city and the county and are listed in the consent decree as required documents that still are enforced today still govern the movement of soil. As we mentioned a few minutes ago, movement of 1 cubic yard of soil or greater within the site boundary requires a specific, very prescribed set of standards that have to be initiated at the building permit level when that's activated. So fortunately, as time has gone by, the landfill has received a landfill plan through their consulting engineering firm that the state of Colorado has approved that reads as such. I'm reading this for the TV people. Lead-contaminated soils from foundation excavation or other similar residential and commercial development projects within the Smuggler Superfund site will be accepted at the landfill without prior testing requirements. This material may also be used for daily cover. That paragraph allows the landfill to accept soils from Smuggler at $12.50 a ton. They've gone from cubic yards to tons over the past couple of years as a management decision. So what that does is equalizes the tipping fees for people bringing soil in from outside the site boundary that doesn't have any contaminated soil stigma attached to it to people excavating within the site boundary. So it equalizes everyone and makes it much easier for the landfill, and it makes it much easier for people living at the site. So living on the site. So what we're asking is to pass a new resolution. First of all, this one would supersede the previous two, or whatever the terms would be, the correct legal terms. But we're asking that we be able to do that, and then that would let the tipping fees be determined by the work plan that's adopted by the state of Colorado for the Pitkin County landfill. I stated that clearly.
Questions?
Question?
Yes, Steve.
The use of the soil, it says for daily cover at the landfill. Now, the landfill currently is doing a spray on mulch for their daily cover. They're doing the soil cover for the weekly cover at the end of the week.
You can do that.
And I presume it would be the same use and would be approved for that.
That's correct.
Just a definition of the, if daily cover includes the weekend cover.
That's correct. That's exactly correct. In the packet, there's also the paragraph that I read to you, and the paragraph directly above the one I read to you, out of the work of the plan that's run that the landfill uses. It deals with other mining waste coming from other sites other than Smuggler, which indicates that soil may require further testing so that the landfill can determine if they want to take it or not. And if they do, it can be accepted as daily cover, but they're not as daily cover in that definition. It has to be covered with 6 inches of uncontaminated soil on top of that. So everything outside the smuggler site that would be considered mining or waste or tailings requires testing, and then it has to be dealt with in another prescribed way. And it's just because of all of the testing we did on the environmental samples and the clinical samples that no further testing is required, and we can use it as ultimate daily cover.
Okay.
So whether they cover it at the end of a day or at the end of a week, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
John, let me ask you, can the previous residents of Smuggler expect to apply for a rebate?
No,
No.
this is only going forward, like all legislation, this ordinance would be.
Really, the other ordinance, pardon me, the other resolutions that we're talking about allowed them a buffer anyway. So they were allowed 450 cubic yards at that time to be tipped at the landfill at a much reduced rate, because we figured that was about the square footage of a foundation for a home. Anything above 450 cubic yards, they would be charged for the higher contaminated soil rate. And I'm oversimplifying this, but they were given a break from your earlier actions from 1999 and 2006. So I don't think there should be anyone that paid an excessive amount in the past. I think everybody was treated as fairly as we could treat them.
Good. Any further questions? Is there a motion?
Move to approve?
Second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can tell Rachel and Patty they're welcome to that.
Since you're still the acting chair, can we take a 10-minute break?
We're going to take a 10-minute break.
You have 2 more minutes, right?
Right now.
No, I'll just wait for you.
Well, here, just in case.
Okay, but I'll wait.
Thank you. Yep.
We're taking a 10-minute break.
Okay.
Our chair.
That's what happens when we have a good chair. They monitor the crowd, they know what's going on.
really focusing on the senior nutrition site as a food security program. And so they're working on aging well boxes, food containers where people who want it, need it, can take food home with them after a meal.
Yep.
So that is, in particular, regarding waste,
Yes.
is really exciting.
That's great.
And then Eagle County, are we doing stuff with their Eagle County building as well? Or is that a
Regarding
separate?
nutrition?
Yeah,
No.
thought there was something.
Eagle
that-
has their own program.
Eagle has their own program.
They have their own program. Pitkin seniors can go to the Eagle meal site, which is in the Elgibel Community Center. And Eagle residents can come to our meal site. So it's really nice, it's opened.
Okay, that's kind of what I was looking for. Thank you. George?
So just to piggyback on that, the days that Eagle County offers congregate meals?
They're on the opposite days of
Tuesday,
ours,
Thursday.
Tuesday, Thursday. So they're Tuesday, Thursday, we're Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
So there's an opportunity for someone to actually get to a lunch meal every day if they wanted to.
Potentially, right?
Great. Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Is anyone here to comment on the confirmatory reading of the intergovernmental agreement for congregate senior meals, home-delivered meals, and public information program? Being none, we will bring it back to the board. Is there a motion?
I will make a motion, and I'm not going to read the whole title again.
Motion to approve.
I usually try.
Food
Motion to
and
approve.
public information.
Okay.
We're there.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, this side of the table's got to really catch up on his motions and seconding today.
I keep waiting.
Well, we've gotten a few seconds. There we go. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? There are none. Thank you very much for your
Thank you,
time.
Chad.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Good job, Chad.
Okay, yeah, perfect, just really perfect delivery.
Perfect job. He did a perfect
Okay,
job.
next item is the resolution authorizing an intergovernmental agreement amendment with healthcare policy and financing.
Nope, whoops, you skipped one.
Did I skip one?
Yeah, there's
Oh,
another
the second Alpine
confirmatory.
agency, sorry about that.
That's okay.
Confirmatory reading emergency resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement amendment between Pitkin County and Northwest Colorado Council of Governments, Alpine Agency on Aging, for the provision of options counseling, including information and referral.
Right, thank you. So this is the second grant that we get from the very same place, Alpine Area on Aging. This program is our Care Navigate, we call it Care Navigation, and Northwest COG calls it Options Counseling. So this is the program where we offer services to people over 60 who are having trouble navigating the healthcare system, a financial system, staying at home safely, figuring out where to live. And it's run by Adult and Family Services. Joe Ramsey does it as part of the continuum of care of Adult Protective Services. It's a much smaller amount of money, $12,600, but it helps us provide a continuum of care for adults who are having trouble linking to the services that they need to be successful in the community.
Okay. I will open the public hearing. Is there anyone here from the public? Comment on this? No, there's no more public here. We're doing our job so well.
You want to say something, Chad? I'm kidding.
Okay, so I will close the public hearing on this
That'd be
item
totally
and
nice.
bring it back to the board for questions or motion. Steve?
Just a note for Jeanette. Jeanette, this is for you. On this ordinance and the previous one, on the signature page, there's a duplication of some of the things, so on the final copy, just
Well, it's
need
just
to-
an extra signature page.
Yeah, just like copied the same thing twice, it looked like.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you again for this, and thank you for coming on in here today, so we can meet
Thank you.
more formally. We know we're in good hands. And all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? There are none. Thank you very much.
But you can stay for the next one and the
Now-
next.
Stay,
for
because
the
I'm driving him back.
This is the resolution authorizing an intergovernmental agreement amendment with healthcare policy and financing for the county Medicaid incentive program. Nan.
Right, so the county Medicaid program, Healthcare Policy and Financing, by the way, they just changed their name this week to Health First from Medicaid. So if you use the word Medicaid, I won't know what you're talking about because it's
You
called
were
Health
the-
First now.
We will not know what you're talking
Okay,
about.
get used to that. Anyway, they modernized Medicaid, which is Health First. So last year they decided to mirror the Colorado Department of Human Services by offering counties incentives to meet certain benchmarks. We met our benchmarks last year and we got $4,500. So as a small county, these are not big dollars. I think the likelihood of the maximum amount of money we can get into state fiscal year 17 with this incentive is about $6,000. So, but we still want to participate because these dollars we can use any way we want in the county. Actually, you could use them. We could use them to offset costs, and we're meeting these benchmarks anyway because it's required in the rules. So anyway, we have to be timely with our applications. We have to collaborate with all the providers who are serving Health First clients, Medicaid clients. We have to make sure that we don't have backlog in applications. There's a training incentive for the staff that determine eligibility for Medicaid Health First. And then we also have to do quality improvement. Really, we have to audit our own cases, and that's what Eagle County does for us. And so, I see, our total actually could be 7,546, so it's even more than I thought. Anyway, so this really identifies our intention to play with the incentives, and it gives me permission to sign the contract with the state.
Any further questions on that? I will open the public hearing. You will close the public hearing. There's no one here to comment on this. Thank you very much. And any board, is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded. Further discussion, I'm going to make a couple comments here. I continue to hear from some members of other elected bodies that it's been the Medicaid expansion in the state of Colorado that's now causing all the fiscal or financial concerns. And literally at the Healthcare Commission, Affordability Commission hearing I went to last week, one of our state representatives, not representing our area, spoke up that they just like to eliminate the whole Medicaid program and roll it back to previous levels to correct the state's fiscal imbalance. And what we're trying to get to is there is a connection between the affordability of private health insurance policies, single payers, and the reimbursement rates that the federal governments give to Medicaid providers and Medicare providers for that matter. And an internal cost shift happens through the hospitals who provide that care and the doctors to patients with single payer private sector insurance policies. I think one of the things that we need to work on for cost control is really pushing our federal representatives for adequate reimbursement for the doctors and making the point that when they feel like they've balanced the federal budget by reducing the Medicaid or Medicare reimbursement rates to doctors and hospitals, they're actually transferring that cost to their citizens, to their constituents through their private insurance policies. And possibly the group policies are picking up a share of that as well. We're just not seeing that quite as exaggerated. But that is one of the drivers of the unaffordability of health insurance rates in our area. And so I'd like to make sure that we kind of keep on track of being able to give input at timely fashions or any sort of hearings or anything to let them know that's a big part of our problem here. And then by chance, there was a new study that really just came out to talk about the success of Medicaid expansion. And just a few statistics were that the new study by the Department of Health and Human Services federally found that 78% of new Medicaid participants reported that they wouldn't be able to get regular care without the expansion of the program. And additionally, the study showed that unmet health care for low-income people dropped from over 55% before the expansion to just under 45% after the expansion. And so while there's still barriers to health care for all of our citizens, this has gone a long way. And it starts to point out some of the tangential benefits of less missed days at work, better health care for kids and less missed days at school, and more economic opportunity, frankly, for these folks to continue on. So really just wanted to make you aware that there is a little bit of that drumbeat out there about the Colorado budget all being blamed on the services we provide to lower income folks. So thank you for your efforts and working so diligently with these populations, and I'm very supportive of the program.
Great, thank you.
We do have a motion and a second. That was just my discussion point. If anybody else would like to add anything, otherwise I'll call the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? There are none.
Thank you.
Thank you
Yeah.
again. Okay, now we have a confirmatory reading of an emergency resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Aspen for the Upper Roaring Fork River Management Plan project. I have a note here. This is to be continued to July 13th. I was not at the last meeting because I was at the CCI meeting. John, do you want to give us a quick reason why this is being continued, or?
Actually, the only real reason is my schedule and the city attorney's schedule.
You just haven't been able to finalize details? Okay, thank you. Is there a, well, let me see, I have to open the public hearing on this item. No one is here to comment. I'll close the public hearing on this item and accept a motion to continue to July 13th.
So moved.
Second?
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? There are none. Thank you very much. We now have an ordinance authorizing the acquisition of the right-of-way from DKD 2004 Trust.
Just have to rearrange the furniture a little bit.
Okay, rearrange the furniture.
No, hold
So I
up.
can use Elmo. Not sure if I can get that out of the way or not.
Can
Your next
somebody
extra
give
hand.
a hand with all that?
All right, thanks. And scrooge this one too. Okay. There we go. Projector has to be turned off.
Oh, haven't gotten that far. That one. There we go. Yep. Okay. Here's Steve, I'll slide. Hopefully something's gonna happen. Right, there we go, okay. Not greatly seeable, but. Good, Rachel?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. So this is the second reading for acquisition of Prince Creek Road right-of-way from the DKD 2004 Trust. As I said on first reading, this is a piece of the project that Open Space and Trails is involved with to acquire the property for a trail and easements for a trail corridor along Prince Creek Road. As part of that, the applicant had also agreed to quitclaim to the county any rights to the right-of-way between basically the southern boundary of those trail parcels that the county will acquire and the center line of Prince Creek Road. As I mentioned at the last meeting, we did run this through the county engineer, who did say, you know, that there was, I guess, some question and that it was worthwhile for us to acquire this as part of this transaction. So at your last meeting, you finalized the ordinance approving the acquisition of the trail parcels. So this piece is just related to the right-of-way. And then this is all, I guess, scheduled to close on July 15th. So one of the final pieces, I guess, to keep that moving forward.
Okay, board members, do we have questions for Suzanne? Michael?
So the DKD 2004 is just granting us whatever rights they might have. They might not have any.
Correct.
I will ask and open a public hearing. Is there anyone here to comment on the ordinance authorizing the acquisition of right-of-way from the DKD 2004 trust? Being none, I will close that public hearing, bring it back to the board for comments or motions. Steve?
Suzanne, this, the bullpen parcel, we purchased that outright already in a previous thing, or is that, which
Yep.
I think that would be that triangle there, if I remember.
Has it been purchased?
Yeah,
I was
that
going to say, I
was
don't know
part
if
of
that's part of the
Purchased, like,
purchase that is
we purchased
occurring.
that land.
I don't know that we have.
Or
I think that's part of the, there were, I
or is that
remember,
part of
Part of the
this?
open space.
I think that's part of the deal, right. So there were previously 2 ordinances authorizing the acquisition, I think, of the bullpen, and then the separate acquisitions of the trail parcel. I think all of that, none of that has occurred up till now, so now that is all what, part of what is moving forward to this closing on the 15th of July.
Okay.
Any further questions? Let's see, I've already done the public hearing. Is anyone prepared to make a motion?
I'll move to approve the ordinance authorizing the acquisition of the Prince Creek Road right-of-way from DKD 2004 Trust.
I'll second.
It has been moved and seconded. Any further comments? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? There are none. Thank you very much on that, Suzanne. The next item is a confirmatory reading emergency ordinance repealing and reenacting Title V of Animal Control Regulations. We have Jeanette Jones, and it looks like we have Riri Baker, Animal Control Officer, here to discuss this item with us. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Riri Baker, Pitkin County Animal Safety Director.
Okay.
Hi, everybody.
Aye.
Oh, let me get my glasses on. I'm here for the confirmatory reading of my ordinance with the recommended changes the board wanted me to make from my last meeting 2 weeks ago. And it was to eliminate or removing of the hard copy costs for the impound fees, and then each day after the animal is impounded, there's a certain fee that the shelter has. And instead of having a hard copy or a hard cost, to put a verbiage in there that would read that the impound fees shall be set and collected by the Aspen-Pitkin County Animal Shelter. And the reason behind that is that if every time the shelter would raise their cost, I'd be before the board asking to raise my cost in my ordinance. And this way that would eliminate it. And the changes are on page 8 under impound and B. And I just took out the hard cost and put the impound charge shall be set and collected by the Aspen-Pitkin County Animal Shelter. And any days remaining before the animal is, picked up by their owner, it would be whatever the shelter chooses to make that. And I also addressed it in the cat code as well. Same thing.
Perfect. The cat
Okay.
code.
Yeah. Thank you. I was not here at the last meeting because I was at another commitment, but the one thing I'm wondering, I'd ask the board, because obviously this came up then, should it say something, shall be set and collected by the Aspen-Pitkin County Animal Shelter according to their standard daily charge at the time or something? When I first read this, having not been at the last meeting, it made it sound like maybe they could charge more for a more difficult animal and less for a less difficult animal. It just sounded a little like too vague, and I realized you were addressing a board concern. And so again, I would just put that back to the board. Are we trying to say that it will be set in accordance with their normal daily fee or overnight fee or something? Or are we trying to leave it open so that they could base it on an animal-by-animal basis?
I think we're leaving it open.
Yes.
Don't know what they may, and Seth, he's more than fair, and the charges are really reasonable. But if he had a dog that needed like one-to-one care, then I think the fee may be more, and it's up to him to be able to charge that.
Right, I don't
If he
think that
does
will
that.
happen, because his fees are set. He has to have set fees.
Right.
So that people know. And I don't foresee him ever saying, this dog is gonna be charged more because
So he
Yeah.
can do
he
that.
needs medicine, or,
Well, and I was just trying to get to exact language, because if what we're trying to say is that it will be charged according to posted set fees, and then we don't have to worry about changing the ordinance all the time either, because
Right.
it will be the posted set fees, that's one thing, but this really leaves it open, and, we may have a different operator at a different point in time, or things like that. So I'm happy to leave it the way it is, but I wanted to ask the board's thoughts about that from the last reading of this. George, you're okay with it the way it is, and just let it go? Okay, fine with
I
that?
do have a question, though.
Yeah, Patty, please.
If we only use the shelter, we wouldn't take a dog or cat anywhere else? To any other shelter?
correct.
Okay. So we don't have to worry about any shelter, it's just always the Aspen Pitkin.
Correct,
Perfect,
yeah.
okay,
Okay,
good job.
great. Michael?
On page 9, under your change for harassing dogs, offense is spelled with an S, not a C.
Now he's.
Oh.
Yeah.
Very good.
Well, all you have to do
catch.
is look at above, and they're all spelled with SEs.
And that's kind of hard when it's red underline, it doesn't show up in the same spell check thing.
It's my
Good
fingers for
catch,
doing the
Michael.
typing.
That actually reminds me of my other question, and I don't know if this was discussed before or not, but if there's a third offense, or fourth offense, or fifth offense, does it cap out at the $100, or can there be increasing fines if?
There can be increasing fines up to $600 and 90 days in jail.
Okay, and then where is that reference
That
separate
is-
from this matrix?
Oh, let's see, it is under,
Under one of the fees.
it's under, it's going to be on page 11, under violations and penalties.
Okay.
A.
Okay,
Oh, yeah.
Rachel?
yes, Steve?
Riri, how is it determined if a dog is a harassing dog or not? Some person might not like the other dog or the owner and make a complaint to you, but then do you go and assess
I do,
the
I
behavior
go,
of the dog, or
I
how do you
do.
do that?
I go and investigate it, and I talk to both parties, and then I do assess the dog. And I would know if it was vicious versus harassing, and when I do my interview, I find out what really happened, because it's all circumstantial. And it just depends on how everything occurred, whether or not this offense would apply to what happened.
Because I can just picture two people walking down a trail from opposite directions. Both their dogs are on a leash. The dogs don't like each other, so the one attacks
Jumps
the
the
other
other one.
one, and then the other person takes offense. They think it's the other dog's harassing their dog, but it's just dog behavior.
It is
that-
dog behavior at that point.
Because of the other dog, not anything to do with the people necessarily.
Right, and that is what I would do. I would go and investigate that and see really how that happened and why it happened, and meet both dogs and stuff like that and figure that one out. It's officer discretion, basically, is what we have in a situation like that. This is more, a lot of this would pertain to, as Patty mentioned last time, if you're walking down the street and a dog runs out and jumps on you to greet you, and you're deathly afraid of dogs, that person felt harassed. And it's, the way it reads, where'd it go? Sorry, I had all this like so totally together,
Yeah.
and now it's not.
Is this the one we read, for the purpose of this section, any dog that chases, snaps at, or bites a person or other animals, or has demonstrated tendencies that would cause a reasonable person to believe that the dog may inflict injury upon any person or animal, no owner or keeper of a dog shall permit the dog to harass any other animal or person. A dog shall be deemed harassing whether or not the offending dog inflicts injury. So you don't have to have a bite mark to...
Correct.
And the perfect example was my dog, who likes to hop and bark. That's how she greets people. She's weird. And she hops and barks, and some people will go, whoa, whoa, whoa. Other people go, you know, here she comes again, because that's just their nature. That's how she greets. But it, you know, some people get a little startled, so we have to educate the dog and take the dog back, educate the person that that's just her way of greeting. She's not a Labrador.
But, and I found it right there, it's on the top page. And it's also that it would be, I would start with an educational piece. I wouldn't just jump in and write a harassment charge. Well, depending on the situation, but I would come from an educational piece first and figure out and say, you know, if you see these dogs, you need to start curbing your dogs. You know, give them suggestions on how this couldn't happen again, how you could prevent it from happening.
Great. Any other board questions or comments? This is...
I just wanted to
Yeah.
comment, I told Riri this yesterday, but I noticed that this, the regulation doesn't get amended very often. It was a long time ago that it was
17
amended in
years.
1999, and at that point, your job title was changed from dog catcher to
Yeah.
animal control officer.
Warden.
Riri does a lot more than deal with dogs. For instance, last year, I called Riri because there was a calf elk trapped out on Capitol Creek Road, and the gates were all closed. It couldn't get through, and it was very stressed, and so we communicated back and forth a couple of times. But she deals with a lot more than dog issues, and
Yeah, I called her
she
for
has
my
an
cat.
appropriate title for
Animal safety, and yeah, really.
uh,
I do.
animal, what is it, animal control or animal welfare?
Oh, it's animal safety.
Animal safety.
I know, I tell people I don't control anybody's animal. But I try to make everybody safe.
Very good. Okay,
Right.
let me see. I may have lost track there. Open the public hearing. Is there anyone here to comment on the confirmatory reading of the emergency ordinance repealing and reenacting Title V of the Animal Control Regulations? There being none, I will close the public hearing on that item and accept a motion
I'll
from the
make a
board.
motion to approve repealing and reenacting Title V Animal Control Regulations.
Is there a second?
Second?
Okay, we'll give that one to George. And thank you, Riri, for all your hard work
Good
on
job,
this.
Riri.
And all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? There are none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're now going to have, we have 2 land use hearings scheduled. We're going to take a break, but we have one item that needs to be continued, and that is item 19. I mentioned this at the beginning of the meeting, Lot 20, Little Cloud LLC, site plan review and major amendments to development permit. We have a request by the applicant to continue that to July 13th. But I will open the public hearing to see if anyone was here to comment on that. There are none. I will close that and accept a motion to continue that item to July 13th.
I move to continue.
Is there a second?
Second?
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, so we will go back to the 2 items in front of us. One is going to be the Gregg special review for driveway, and followed by the Wilcox activity envelope and site plan review. Let me ask the board, would you want a break before we start the land use?
Yeah.
Okay, and how long, 10 minutes
10
or 15?
10?
10 minutes?
Yeah,
Okay,
sounds good.
we'll take a 10-minute break. Thank you very much, grassroots. We're on break. Thank you very much. Welcome, everyone. It's about 3:17 in the afternoon of Wednesday, June 22nd. You've tuned into the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, and we're now going to begin our land use public hearing. The first item is the Gregg special review for a driveway. Okay.
So this property is up off
And
of...
just identify yourself.
Sorry, Suzanne Wolf. Property is up off of Richmond Hill Road, and I don't know if you want to lights down or just I
For a
can
second,
kind of
yeah.
orient you, yeah, and then we can bring them back up. So just to, I don't know if the pointer's easier or the arrow there. The arrow kind of disappears in the darkness. That's the sun deck. So this is Richmond Hill Road, and this is Midnight Mine Road coming up. This is the Washington Load in red. I'll zoom in a little bit so you can, oops, sorry, no way. As you come out, and just, since what we're talking about is the driveway.
Is that Lucien's, is that the pond?
At the
that
bottom,
filmmaking
yeah.
pond?
That little lake is Lucien's.
Yeah,
Lake.
yeah, down,
Or pond,
It's
whatever you
just
want to
up
call it.
above that.
Yep, straight up.
Yep, so that was what pond you're talking about. So just, I'm going farther out because the driveway that's coming into the property, so I guess for background, the Washington Load has come through us for approval, obtained site activity envelope and site plan review approval to establish an envelope kind of up in this corner. And basically, the property drops steeply down to that area you were mentioning towards Lucien's Lake. So, but the flatter area is up here on the property. So we went through an approval process for that. That was done by the Community Development Director. And at the time, they proposed just a temporary access road in for their construction and to do their work, and then didn't really think they wanted a long-term access into the property. Was the initial idea. Over time, that has changed, and they have worked their way through the process with the Forest Service to obtain an easement for longer-term use. They obtained initially a construction access permit that would take them through the end of next year, and now they're asking to extend that. So just to show, let's see, this is the, yeah, that's the CCI property, just to make sure I hit the right one. So they have easements actually to come off of Richmond Hill Road, again, sorry, this is, I guess, easier to show, through the CCI property, which is in here. And then this is Forest Service where it's shaded out. So the road comes in and kind of runs along here and comes into that top part of the property. So again, the road is in, it was put in, obviously, it was approved through the Forest Service and approved through us through an access permit for that temporary access. This approval, obtaining the special review approval, would allow it to remain. Same location, basically no additional improvements needed to it. So anyway, that's just kind of the background. Special review is required in rural remote to establish a new driveway, so that's why this is in front of you today. This request was anticipated in that administrative review process. At that time, the applicant was already starting, I think, to think about that longer-term access. So we did include a condition at that time, acknowledging that they would need a further process and a different permit from the Forest Service for that. In terms of the special review criteria for the use, there really isn't anything specific in the Castle Maroon master plan regarding access other than that it would be over the snow access only, which is what they are asking for. The Forest Service permit limits them to the winter time to over the snow access, and in the non-winter time to limited access. And that's called out in the it says occasional non-winter motorized access for cross-country travel along the same general route for the purposes of delivering supplies and equipment during dry conditions, handicapped access, or for other reasonable purposes. They're required to notify the ranger district when they are accessing. So the Forest Service is really limiting that non-winter access, and then recognizing that in the wintertime it would be over the snow access into here. And that would come off of Richmond Hill Road, and the access across the CCI property is also used by powder tours. So this area is used, and the snowcats come through this area. Where he would turn off onto his driveway. Sorry, I'm hitting my water bottle. Yeah, but comes from down in here. But so Powder Tours is coming off of Richmond Ridge Road in here as well, and then he comes back into here. So there's already motorized use, I think, that everyone's aware of back there. This just allows the access into his property. So as I mentioned, that we're not anticipating any improvements to the road beyond what has already been cut in. That was reviewed and, very technically by the Forest Service, and those standards were acceptable to us. They've limited it to a 12-foot width. It really contours across the land, so it's really a very limited cut, and only really visible right where the driveway turns off of Richmond Hill Road. It's not something you see as you're traveling out on the road at all. So otherwise, I don't think we had any concerns. Otherwise, found it was consistent with the criteria. And then in our conditions, we did basically use the same parameters that the Forest Service used on their permit for the limitations on use of the road. We brought those forward into our approval. And let's see, snow plowing is prohibited under our codes. And actually, Mitch had a little bit of language on condition number 7, where I'd said if the U.S. Forest Service permit is terminated or not reissued in 2026, which is coming out of their language, the applicant shall remove the driveway and restore the site. And Mitch had proposed some language. He was saying, well, this is what happens if it's not reissued. Do you want to include something that says, if it is reissued, which obviously my intent there was that this approval remains in effect. We're not taking anything away unless the Forest Service is taking away their permit. So he's got some suggested language that we could add into that condition to make that clear. So otherwise, we're recommending approval. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, board questions for Suzanne?
Can you see Highway 82 on this map? Is that the Roaring Fork? What is that far?
That says McFarland
That's
Creek.
McFarland dropping on here. I'll keep zooming out, and then you'll see. There you go.
Oh,
Highway
okay.
82 shows up down there.
So this driveway is kind of up over the top of the ridge, so you couldn't see it from the highway.
No.
It's kind of up on that. Okay.
And yeah, when we looked at you wouldn't be able to, see
Can't see the driveway
And
now,
again,
you can see
the driveway really, they did a, very good job of working with the contour.
Right.
There's really not a cut at all. It's basically just kind of cleared the path for the most part.
I think
so.
we need to do a site visit.
It was a beautiful site
Hard to
visit.
get up there right
It
now.
was a beautiful site visit last fall, I think, when we went.
Okay. Other board questions for Suzanne? I do have a question, Suzanne, and I really just kind of want to drill down a little bit on the non-winter motorized access. It sounds like the owners of this property will not be able to drive to it and park and then come to town and then drive back and park. So it's not daily access. Is that correct? And how will that be monitored, or how are they supposed to get to their cabin?
I mean, again, all along, they had really anticipated mostly walking in or biking in, and again, that was sort of their original intent when they thought they didn't want a driveway at all. And, now they've recognized sort of their logistics, obviously. So they have worked closely with the Forest Service, to obtain that permit, and I think Mitch can probably speak to that, but, that's how the permit is issued by the Forest Service, and I think they're comfortable with that they will limit their trips to when they need to, and then otherwise they're, taking the gondola up and walking out, or otherwise getting there, and that they're not driving to the site every time they want to use it.
Okay, because I was thinking that perhaps as much as we are tracking the Forest Service permit, we should be explicit on that matter. The term "or for other reasonable purposes" sounds like something that could land in court and say, but isn't it reasonable for me to drive home at the end of the day? I was tired today. Isn't it reasonable for, and I just, if our goal with the rural remote zone and the intention certainly of the parties, and as always, I'm thinking about future owners using the same language to say, but isn't it reasonable for me to be able to go to and from my house daily on this road? The road's here. So I just think that we should be explicit in saying that it's not intended for daily use, coming and going from the property. It's, just something along those lines. You can think about it a little further. That's the only thing I really saw that I struck out to me. We should be clear about intentions. Okay, thank you. Mitch, would you like to make your presentation?
Sure, I can keep it pretty short. Your suggested language or something to that effect is perfectly fine. It's not a quick drive in and out.
Yeah.
And the owner has a home in town. This is really meant for sort of backcountry ski access, go up there in the summer, hang out for a few days and come back home.
So
Yeah.
it would not be available also for parties, so that if he wanted to have a party of 20 people come up to the cabin, would he need permission from the ranger district to do that?
Yeah, the way I understand it is any trip planned to this site via vehicle, other than for construction. But once that permit's gone, but by a vehicle has to be they have to notify the ranger district at least 24 hours in advance. And that's for any vehicle, so.
Okay.
And from the way I understand the process went with the Forest Service, if you called and said, I want to have 20 cars tomorrow, they're going to say, no, that's not going to work.
Okay.
And I was not technically involved with the Forest Service part of it. That was the client, Jason Gregg, with Jim Stark oversaw that. I was only asked questions once in a while with how would this track with Pitkin County, and I said, our intention was, well, one, we didn't know the Forest Service was going to issue the permit, and two, we certainly didn't know they were going to do it as quickly as they did. So the thought was, if it happens and when it happens, then we'll have to go to the county and ask if we can use this driveway and track with the Forest Service's permit. And their permit has pages of conditions. It's not one of these short little, sure, here's a driveway permit. So that's kind of the way we applied was, all right, we have the permit from the Forest Service. Here's all the conditions. We gave a copy of that whole application and the permit that was issued and said, really, this covers every issue that would come up under the Pitkin County Land Use Code as far as we can tell. So the thought was maybe, if the county's willing to say, yes, you could have this driveway, the conditions in the Forest Service permit probably cover it all. And then any county approval hopefully will just track and follow that way. That's the way Suzanne has it written up, really, with just stating the important parts of those conditions in this resolution. And we have no issue with it. We're perfectly fine with the resolution as written. I was merely suggesting that perhaps we address, if the permit's terminated, maybe state in here that if it's reissued, that this approval just tracks with that, however the language is. My suggested language was just sort of off the top of my head. It was nothing really technically thought out.
Hey, George.
Well, this is a 10-year permit, and so they'll have to go before the Forest Service in 10 years from now to get another approval.
Right.
Would they have to still come before us then at that point as well?
Only if you wanted to put a 10-year limit on this special review approval as well.
I mean, it seems to me we want to track it with the Forest Service, because who knows in 10 years from now what may happen or what additional needs that the residents might decide they would like to see. So I think we should track it with the Forest Service, let them go through that review, and then make sure it goes before the BOCC at that time as well.
Yeah, I'm thinking about this. If the Forest Service approved it and added new or additional conditions, perhaps we could have language that our permit would then adopt any new conditions that the Forest Service instituted on a reissuance of the driveway permit, and then allow it to be done administratively, or do we need to see it?
Well, just like we're seeing it now, one never knows what may occur over the course of the next 10 years in terms of the use back there in that area.
Okay. Well,
I think Rachel's language would be fine. It'd be fine with me. I think that there's anything significant went to staff. staff could always bump it up to the board, but I think if they just track the Forest Service, I don't see the Forest Service opening that up to massive party use or anything, and so I don't, and if they were to do that, I think staff would go, wait a minute, it needs to come to the board, but I don't think it's necessary for us to see it. If it's just, if we're tracking the same permit and it doesn't change, it shouldn't have to come back to us, and if it does have some minor amendments to it, and staff is comfortable, I don't have a problem with staff reissuing our special use.
So as it stands right now in our resolution, if the Forest Service permit is denied on reissuance, this is denied.
Right.
And the request is that if the Forest Service does reissue with new conditions or whatever, you would like us to consider having our renewal track with that, and through administratively is what I was suggesting, and that we would adopt any new conditions the Forest Service put on it. Or we could just have it come back to the board for a reauthorization and review the Forest Service conditions of reissuance at that time. And so those are the two options. I could go either way. I don't know if John has a preference for us as a board or what other board members think. So let's just try to round this up. What type of process would you like on a reissuance? Patty's spoken, I've spoken. Michael?
I think we should review it when it comes up for review.
Okay.
I think we should review it. It's, 10 years down the road, it would give us an opportunity to see if there's any issues. And
Okay, that sounds good to me. We have a majority, we'll move it that way.
Yeah, I don't think we have a strong feeling on that one way or the other.
Yeah.
As I
I was just trying to
understand
cut
it, if
you
we
out of a
have
little
any
work.
issues with the Forest Service in these 10 years, they're not going to reissue it.
Right, okay,
Gotta keep Jim Stark busy too.
right.
Right.
So, let's see. Other than that, does this board have concerns on this item? Then I will open the public hearing. Is there anyone from the public here to comment on the Gregg special review for a driveway? There being none, we will close that public hearing and bring it back to the board for further discussion or motion. Steve?
question, I guess, Mitch, you might know the answer more, but is this road that was fixed up, is it an old road from the mining days to get into the site, or was it like a new road put out across the?
It was a new one initially done just for construction purposes, but it follows the contours so well that there was barely a cut needed. It was just kind of graded. So, the biggest cut you'll find on the uphill side is about that tall. And it's really not so much a cut as a pile of dirt. But no, it was just kind of done straight across, and I think the maximum width of it is about 12 feet.
So was there another road that like a mining, one during the mining days to get into the?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
There may be, I think there's a little piece of road on the CCI end, and again, I guess I don't know
Yeah,
if
the
that,
CCI site.
goes back, how far back that goes. But in terms of then where it comes across the Forest Service land, that's definitely a new cut through there.
Okay.
So where it comes off of Richmond Ridge Road is in the location of an existing, where there was existing.
Yeah, I was just curious about the history of if it followed an old.
The coming all the way across
Driveway
into
or-
this site, that whole stretch of it is definitely a new.
I know when
Driveway.
before the property was purchased and was just being looked at, they were able to actually just drive there across the hill. It was basically that flat to begin with. So now at least it's a graded spot, so no one will drive in a different location.
Okay. Anyone care to make a motion?
I'll move to approve the Gregg special review for a driveway in the rural remote zone district with the changes we've suggested in terms of the review.
Okay. Second? And the other language to be more explicit about not daily use of the driveway. Is that acceptable to make a
Yes.
motion? Okay, and a seconder. Very good. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. There we go. Thank you very much.
Thank
Aye.
you.
Anyone opposed? There were none. Now we will move on to the Wilcox Activity Envelope and Site Plan Review. Suzanne Wolf will be staying at her seat for this
Right
one.
here.
And
Add
we
that
will
in my
move on.
file folder. Put it in there. Is that the right one? No.
No,
There you go.
got it. Pull this one right now.
Get out of your way. You're almost at the end. See you, Mitch.
Happy summer, everybody.
Hi, John.
Hey, John.
I don't need to zoom out much to get you oriented on that. This one, I think. This is the, let me get my memo in front of me, that would help.
Michael, can you pass this down?
The Montezuma Mill site, Pine Creek Cookhouse right here, so Castle Creek Road coming up. This all showing kind of the parking area for the Pine Creek Cookhouse. That would help to get you oriented. So again, here's the Pine Creek Cookhouse at the upper side. And the Montezuma Mill site, 5-acre site. The two existing, what are currently employee units show here. And then the proposed cross-country ski huts, I'll pull up the site plan, but basically are located in this area. Don't be totally thrown off by Pine Creek and where it's located. I think, as you know, some of our GIS things aren't always fully accurate, and it does not run through the middle of these two cabins. So, just so you know.
It's way over the left.
Yep, so yeah.
The running water.
Some things are not fully accurate, but, and those were, built when we had the lesser setback, the 20-foot setback, so interestingly enough. But the creek does not run through the middle of those cabins. So I think most of you are all familiar with, the background, but just quickly, in 2011, specific to this site and the cross-country ski huts, John came in and competed in growth management for tourist accommodations allotments for a total of 7 cross-country ski cabins on the site. 2 of those cabins would be a conversion of the existing employee unit, so a change in use was approved with conditions related to then replacement mitigation for those units at that time. But so the approval contemplated the construction of 5 new units on the site. And that's basically what we're here for today, is the condition had a requirement for a site plan review before they could move forward with construction of any of these, of the huts, and that would be reviewed by the P&Z and the Board of County Commissioners. So we're here today. John was in front of the Planning Commission on May 3rd, and they approved this by a vote of 4-0. Their minutes are attached, but really, I don't think any issues really came out of their discussion. There were a lot of specific conditions in the previous approval specific to information we wanted to see with the site plan review. So let me get the P&Z memo in front of me, and I'll just walk quickly through that. So some of these were confirmation of some of the constraints on the site, because at the time we had some preliminary information, but we wanted to make sure that we had more detailed information. So one was looking at the floodplain for Pine Creek, not Castle Creek, basically, given that the size of Pine Creek and the huts are sited at least 100 feet, that's the next issue, was the 100-foot setback. The new site hut locations will comply with the 100-foot setback from Pine Creek, as it is shown on their actual site plan and located correctly. But we also wanted to make sure there weren't any floodplain issues associated with Pine Creek. And that has been reviewed by our floodplain administrator. Pine Creek is not mapped under the FEMA maps. And so basically, given that setback, the determination is made we would not require those cabins to comply with the standards for development within the floodplain, that we would acknowledge that they were outside of the floodplain. That does also avoid the 100-year floodplain for Castle Creek, but that wasn't necessarily the specific issue requested. Again, the 100-foot setback. Would you like me to put up the actual site plan showing the locations of the huts?
I think it can't hurt.
We'll switch to... So again, here are those two existing cabins. You can see the locations of the, I have to see what I'm looking at.
Yeah, orientate us with the
Yeah, okay, I just want to make sure. So Castle Creek Road is running over here. Pine Creek Cookhouse, you can see the pond. Pine Creek Cookhouse sits up on the, above that. So, and then let me make sure I'm looking at the right lines here. This is actually showing Pine Creek over in here into that pond and then comes back around. So the 100-foot setback, sorry, I'm having, the print on here is really tiny.
It's that line there.
Can you
That
point it out?
line up there, that L shape.
Yeah, right there.
Oh, here we go. That's showing, so the 100-foot setback coming off of Pine Creek. So
To the
basically,
cabin that's nearest to it.
basically through here, right? So all of these cabins are outside of that. So again, so here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This rectangle is a proposed septic field area. And then you can see here kind of the vegetation line running through here. So they're kind of tucked, along the edge of that treed area. There's a bit of an open area in the middle. There's a lot of willows in here between Castle Creek Road and the property. And then the road, there is a driveway in here now. There would be an extension of that into the site to the cabins. But, they are sort of tucked in along that edge to lessen any visual impacts.
It looks like one shared parking lot and then walk to all the cabins, or do people park by each cabin?
The idea is actually that they would use the lot over at the Pine Creek Cookhouse. You can see there's
That little area,
you can see
there's a little area there, I think that
You want-
says parking.
It's
Point.
just above that.
the
Okay.
top
What do we
red
do?
one. If you
Yeah, I was
point,
kind of
then
looking
you
at the
can.
stub there, but I guess it's for fire control. Or fire.
The idea that come across a bridge, a little footbridge. The whole deal when we presented it to you guys originally was they're not going to be pulling up with cars and parking by these cabins.
Okay.
But they do, we are
We have to
providing
do
the
the fire,
ability,
yeah.
right, for the fire truck to be able to turn around.
That's
but
what I was
right.
wondering what the stub
Yeah,
was. So
yeah,
thank you.
that's what. But right, the parking would be off-site.
I think we describe it in here as that whatever the legal thing the fire department lets you do with grass and, what's that thing called?
Grass creator. It was called a hardened extension. So yeah,
Hardened,
they
okay.
have various things they'll work with to do less than straight across pavement, I think. So.
Okay.
So again, other issues that had been raised previously, the water supply and on-site wastewater treatment systems. The applicant has submitted or filed a water court application. Anything new on that? You haven't gotten a decree yet. Last
I'm
I knew
actually
there
been
wasn't a
invited
decree,
to Koch's
but
Ranch tomorrow, and I'm going to have a talk to Mr. Koch because his lawyer's been,
so he's
the
he
guy's
has
been
an objection.
stonewalling us. I guess the city has been fine with it. We're very, very close.
So waiting for that, but that would provide so a junior water right to divert water from Pine Creek to supply for the domestic use irrigation and for approval of an augmentation pond. So still working through that legal process. Obviously, to come in for building permits, that would have to be, they'd have to have the decree in hand at that time, and that would be a condition of the approval. Carla Ostberg has looked at the site and determined how a system could be designed. It looked like they could use some of the components of the existing system, incorporate it into a new system, obviously, to deal with the larger capacity. And again, that would be, the more specific design would be reviewed at permit. Again, some of those details, just site plan details we just talked about, the walkway, parking, the pedestrian bridge, emergency turnaround. See if there was anything else. And then I think just from the scenic perspective, obviously, scenic review is part of the site plan review. Like I said, the cabins are kind of tucked in here. There is a lot of natural screening already from Castle Creek Road. And then these are placed along the edge of the vegetation there. So really, it's pretty minimal. The cabins are small in size. They're 500. Is it 3 500s and 2 800s?
2 500s,
Or
3 800s.
Or the opposite, okay. So they're small in size. They're not. It's not put together into one larger structure. They're broken up into smaller structures, so limits the mass. And so we found that to be consistent with our scenic standards in the code. I think that's it. So we've recommended approval. Obviously, some detailed conditions in front of you, and happy to answer questions.
Okay, well, let's start with questions for Suzanne. Patty, I see your hand first.
They are defined as cross-country ski huts, but my understanding is they'll be used year-round. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's, some of
And
the,
I think that's fine. I think it's a great amenity to the community. It's a great amenity up there anyway, and I think we've always been supportive of that use, and I think this would make it really nice, a nice amenity.
and there were some very specific conditions in that 2011 approval related, that ties this in with the cross-country ski area.
Since the title was
so-
specific, I didn't want to
Yep.
mislead.
George?
Did we mitigate all the required employee housing?
We are still waiting to build the 2 units.
When we have the 2 we're waiting to build?
We're still waiting to be able to issue the permits on the 2 cabins down by the King cabin. Waiting to obtain the final.
I'm waiting to obtain.
In
In fact, I got a call from the well driller because I guess Obermeyer is putting in a well. The forest and the state, they had a whole bunch of mix-ups, and then it finally was identified. They had identified a 35-acre parcel. Remember, it couldn't be part of the arrival center for some bureaucratic reason. We couldn't use that well. Forest Service had to bifurcate a new parcel, and they did that. I can't actually make the application because I don't own the land. They made the application, and it's still not been approved by Whitehead. But we're hoping at any time now, and we'll drill the well and see if we can get it started before the snow flies.
So I'll just interpret some of it. They, being the Forest Service, had to submit the permit to the state to obtain the well permit. So the well permit has not yet been issued by the state. And so that is the last item needed for us to issue the permits.
Otherwise,
I think you're
everything's in
aware
order.
they've been extended, they've been sitting in our office for 2 years now.
So in general, how long does it take for the state to approve a well permit?
I don't have an answer to that.
It's the problem is, it's the same here. When you do something with more than one dwelling, you can go in and get one dwelling in 5 minutes. You can't get multiple dwellings because even though they're small, 2 600-square-foot employee units are separate residences, even by the county. They get separate addresses, become a whole different thing for the state. It becomes a community water system. It becomes the one for the one we're talking about is I think it's called a limited commercial something. It's a little more, it's complex compared to a residence because of the multiple buildings. I mean, technically, we got this one done with 2 600-square-foot buildings with one well because the forest had given us a permit to bring the water from Pine Creek. We never did, and we plugged it into the well we drilled, and, I haven't gone to jail or anything. But
So are you looking for just one well permit to serve the 2 employee housing units?
But it's a special well. It's not because they're 2 units, it's not a single residence well. The state says you can have one well per residence. It doesn't matter the size of the residence, whether it's 600 square feet or 4,000 square feet, it's one well. And otherwise, you have to apply for the more advanced permit, which is what they tell me is the reason why it takes longer.
Okay, further questions? Steve?
I presume this is an aspen grove that the cabins are tucked into. Is that correct? Is there any
Is it an aspen? It's an aspen grove along the edge of.
along here?
And some pines on the higher part of it.
Okay.
And a bunch of pines blocking the restaurants. From the restaurant, you don't see those cabins at all.
Okay. Is there any sign of sudden aspen decline in the aspen trees there? Because where you think you might have a nice grove of trees right now, I can attest to the fact that they can all be dead within a couple of years' time, which we've had to happen on our ranch and other ranches.
We seem
But
fine
if you
there.
have some, if there are some conifers there too, then that's actually good, that have
Yeah.
a mix of vegetation.
There's a lot of conifers there. Let me just say one thing relative to what George said a minute ago. We understand that we can't do any of this until those two cabins are built. And that's part of the,
The prior approval.
yeah, prior.
There's a bunch of triggers, right.
I didn't notice that.
So in the 2011 approval, there was definitely right, he can proceed with this sort of planning step, but the permit-wise, until, that all has to be completed.
And replace the two, and replace those two.
Right, there are triggers about once, before you can use these two as, as huts rather than employee units, then there are triggers in terms of the mitigation here, plus the mitigation for adding the huts. So there's multiple pieces.
Is that, maybe I missed it, but is that referenced at all in this resolution, or should it be referenced?
The resolution, well, it's only referenced that would be referenced back to the prior resolution, that the conditions.
It is referenced, maybe I missed it.
Yeah, the number 2, the comply with the conditions of BOCC resolution numbers 65 to 2011 and 120 2011. Those were basically the growth management allotment resolution and then the resolution approving the huts.
Okay.
So that catches all of those conditions.
Okay, great, thanks.
Other board questions for Suzanne or John? And John, did you have anything else you wanted to present to us?
I know,
Okay.
I think so.
All right, well, this is a public hearing. I'm going to open the public hearing. Is anyone here to comment on the Wilcox activity envelope and site plan review? There being no one here except for our grassroots TV camera people and trainees, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for motions.
And I move to approve.
I will second.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you, John.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
There are none. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. I'll put the lights back on here. We can wake up in a minute. And,
Slowly moving forward like the glacier.
At least you got it filed. The last time I left you,
well,
you couldn't.
at least he's
force
moving
us to
forward. The
file it.
glaciers are retreating.
Yeah.
Good to see you, John. I hope this goes well.
Hey, what?
I hope this goes well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We do too.
Okay.
We want to get those cabins built, and I got the guys with the company that's going to provide the stuff for it standing by.
Great.
We'll see.
Okay.
You guys know what it means for the foresters.
So
just
let's
take
move
forever.
on to board open discussion. Phyllis, you are here for John. John is not here. Do you have any items for us?
I don't have anything.
Okay. Do other board members have open discussion items that did not come up?
The only thing is, I think we have the letter that you wanted us to discuss.
Yeah, I did forward this to others during the meeting. There is a large coal hearing in Grand Junction tomorrow, which is about the Department of Interior is looking at the coal leasing program. Is it being done fairly? Are the severance fees appropriate? Are the coal industry is paying enough? I think we're going to see the coal industry of Western Colorado, which is really struggling now, out in force to protest these rules. And we've been requested, should we sign on to letters that others have been producing. I think some people have clearly signed on as individuals. A lot of Aspen did. I have been back and forth internally about this, quite frankly, because I do work with so many of those coal-producing counties through whether it's CCI or Club 20, and I know more the economic hardship that they're already dealing with, and whether this rule may very well be neutral to their interests, they perceive it as much more than that. So let me just ask that anybody in our board, we have George has signed on as an individual commissioners, we could kind of leave it as that, or others could sign on individually if they'd like, or...
Well, for me, it's the fact that George signed on from Pitkin County shows Pitkin County's support.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, I just signed on
as an individual.
as an individual commissioner. I didn't represent that. I was,
Yeah, but that's how I read it, was that
Yeah,
George signed on. And I don't have a problem with that.
but
Yeah.
I'm just clarifying that I didn't represent the board.
The letter is fairly brief. I'll read it so that we're all on the same page. It is, Dear Secretary Jewell and Director Cornsey, as representatives of state and local governments across Colorado, we commend you for reviewing our federal coal program and taking steps to bring it to the 21st century. The guidelines covering coal mining on public lands haven't been reviewed in over a generation. Since that time, our communities have been left to deal with abandoned mines, pollution from coal development, and budget shortfalls that coal royalties could have covered. Energy development is critically important to the economy of Colorado. Coal mining has played a significant role in our state for decades, and most likely will continue to be part of our energy landscape for years to come. But how America is getting its energy is changing. Renewable energy now accounts for more than 10% of the nation's energy, and this year natural gas provided more electricity than coal for the first time in history. As energy markets change, we must have a plan for managing our federal coal resources and their revenues for our communities and for our nation. As the impacts of changes in the energy market are felt in our state, we need to adapt and modernize in order to ensure a strong economy and healthy environment. As part of the review, we suggest the Department of Interior outline robust guidelines that will make sure taxpayers and communities are getting a fair deal. Right now, coal is being sold well under market value, denying Coloradans billions of dollars in royalties. However, our concern is more than revenue. It's about the business and Coloradans who have contributed to our thriving $13.2 billion outdoor recreational economy. Visitors from across the country and across the world come to see our public lands. The review should ensure that mines get cleaned up, lands are returned to their original condition, and any future mining does not threaten wildlife habitat, our air, or water resources. Thank you for taking steps to update the federal coal program. It's critically important. This review delivers Colorado taxpayers and communities a fair return and protects our cherished public lands, clean air, and clean water. So that is the content of the letter that was forwarded. I'm sorry this is kind of last minute. I usually check in, which I did with John Ely, to say, is this kind of get us crossways on any of our work on Thompson Divide? He said, no, there's not an issue there. And so I just bring it back to the board to ask, would we like to make a motion to sign on to this letter as a board, or leave it as individuals sending their name in as they'd like? Steve?
The only one word in the whole thing I would question is the word billions in
Yeah.
royalties. It's probably millions.
Yeah.
That might be inaccurate, but the letter is written and signed on by other people at this point. And I would agree with signing on with it.
As a county or as an individual?
Oh, I would do it as either.
Okay.
I could support it as a county.
What do you want to do, Rachel?
I can as well. We take our hits no matter what when we stand up, and it's time to stand up on these matters. So, you know, the mining laws from the 1800s hasn't been reformed in quite a while.
Well, if we can get our signature on as a county as a whole and get it sent off by,
Well, we could just email them and say that Pitkin County passed a resolution to passed a motion to support. They'll just add our names.
okay, that's fine.
Okay, so I haven't heard from anyone else if that is objectionable.
No, I'm fine.
Okay, well then someone make a motion to have Pitkin County sign on to this letter.
I'd move to approve having the Board of County Commissioners sign on to this letter.
Okay, and a second?
Second?
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? There are none. Thank you very much. That is the one item that I had, and I think that is all.
What time are we meeting here tomorrow?
9 o'clock,
9
9 to
a.m.
1.
9 o'clock, 9 to
9 to 1.
9 to noon.
9 to
The
1.
one is
To one.
what's scheduled.
Yeah, on the packet, that's what it said.
Oh, is
So
it?
9 to 1. Okay.
Is lunch coming with us?
No, we have to
No, I think that's,
snack. That's not, I haven't heard lunch is coming.
And do we have any packet material, any?
there
No.
was a few pages that
It's
was
just
in
their
our boxes.
resumes, it's only their resumes, that John did not want the report to go out, they're reviewing it right now. He didn't want the report to go out until we were in this
So
forum
probably
tomorrow.
tomorrow we'll get the whole.
They're gonna give us the whole.
It's coming to us
presentation.
cold and
I think staff just saved it.
Because I just made up another.
It's 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm sure of that because I scheduled my meeting with John for the week afterwards from 1 to 2.
So just so everybody knows, it will be Dan Gibbs' wife, and I don't recall her name right now, will be this
One of the
the Keystone person.
Oh, okay.
Johanna.
presentation.
Can we have lunch? Can we ask for lunch? I'd rather have lunch. That's a 4-hour meeting.
Okay.
That's what I was saying.
I'm not disagreeing with that at all, but I think we should get an idea of how many other guests we're going to have here as the Board of Health and make sure it's a sufficient amount for lunch. I don't want to have us just eat, not others, but, yeah. that-
I wasn't implying that we wouldn't feed anybody else. was
No,
just
I know
asking-
nobody's implying anything, and I wasn't implying that you were implying
I
anything.
just won't have to
I
bring
was just
peanut butter and
asking to
jelly
please
now, that's
make
fine
sure
with me.
that we have enough for the larger attendees.
Because your Board of Health is you plus there's 2 others on the Board of Health, correct?
Yes.
Ann Mullins and
Markey.
Marky Butler.
And then there may be,
Liz
again, our
Stark and Ann.
presenters or, we mentioned
Ann
Ann.
Mullins?
And talking to John and Nan will probably give you a better idea who's going to be here. But the Health Board for Community Health may be here as well or have some members. So I just want to make sure we're not short.
And we also need to see if there's a time break so the meeting doesn't go on until 2 or 3 o'clock because we've stopped for lunch.
Okay,
Can do.
great. Thanks for asking that, George. It really, and Jeanette, do you have something for us?
If you could send me a copy of that letter.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll include that right now.
Oh, good.
Okay, thank you, everyone, and thank you, Grassroots TV. We are done for
Would you like a motion?
today if Patty makes a motion.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
There's a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Thank
We are adjourned. Thank you so much.
I'm not